Hello, we welcome you to join News on Multi TV this early morning, where we are standing by to bring you a live telecast of what has been described as a high-level meeting involving all presidential candidates for this year's elections. And we'll be talking for this year's election. That program is about to begin at the Great Hall of the KNUST, and that program is organized by the Center for Democratic Development. It is under the auspices of the Asantehene Otumfuo Osei II. Now, what this program is seeking to do is to get all presidential candidates to commit to a pact that enjoins them to ensure that this election, which is just a few days away, are violence-free. We are told to expect people like Dr. Kwejo Afari-Gyan, Chairman of the Electoral Commission, Inspector General of Police Paul Terry-Akwe, Chief Justice Her Ladyship Georgina Theodora Wood, Chairman of the National Peace Council, Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante will also be there. Former President Jerry John Rawlings, as well as John Kufuor, are all expected to be there. Leader of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission, Maulvi Wahab Adam, will also be there. We'll find out the necessity for a program like this, and really what its relevance is. Will it or can it change anything? We'll also get analysts to talk to us about historical antecedents that has necessitated the incessant calls for peace and tolerance. Now, this program has been themed taking a stand against electoral violence, impunity, and injustice. And these are the parties that are participating, indeed, all the political parties that are participating in this year's elections: NDC, GCPP, NPP, PPP, UFP, PNC, and CPP, as well as independent candidate Mr. Jacob Osei-Yeboah. They are all going to be there. Now, let me give you a brief of the program lineup. Now, after the prayers and introductions are all done, the Vice Chancellor will give his welcome address, and he will be followed by the Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante. He will give a brief on electoral violence, impunity, and injustice. President of the National House of Chiefs, now Professor Nabila, is expected to be there. The former two presidents, President Jerry John Rawlings and President Kufuor, as I indicated earlier, are also expected to add their voices in addressing the gathering. After they've spoken, there'll be an interlude, that is spoken word from a poet who's from the University of Ghana. Then the presidential hopefuls will present their brief statement. Indeed, they will do that in order as they appear on the ballot papers. And they are, as a matter of course, expected to reiterate their pledge to peaceful elections as leaders who command a lot of support across the length and breadth of the country. After that has been done, another interlude will come along, and then there will be a signing of what is being referred to by the IDEC as the Kumasi Declaration. Now, what happens here is that the Chief Justice reads out the declaration and then invites the presidential candidates to append their signatures. Now, witnesses will also sign, and then the program is expected to be brought to an end. We'll be crossing over to Kumasi to bring you a live telecast of the entire program, as I have indicated earlier on. And as we always do, we'll also be speaking with our correspondent on the ground, Saeed Ali Yakub, as well as Kwabna Amprechum of Love FM. They will give us details of what really is happening there. Now, we'll also have political analysts, those coming into the studio, I beg your pardon, and those that we'll be talking to over the phone. They will interrogate the event and tell us what really, how necessary is it that such programs should be organized. Now, let's do some statistics here. Now, the police have identified over 1,000 flashpoints nationwide, and these are conflict-prone areas where the least provocation is expected to degenerate into the unexpected. Some of the constituencies that have come up are as follows, and I read them to you. They are in the Ashanti region. We have Bekwai, Kumeu, Ahafua South, Offenso North, Asante Akim South, and Amansie West. These areas have been cited for noted for electoral violence over the years. In the northern region, Boko, Dagbon, and Tripoli have also been identified. And we have Efutu and KEEA for the central region. In the Volta region, Hohoi has indeed come up strong in as far as the areas for conflict that are conflict-prone are concerned. In the Greater Accra region alone, over 300 polling stations have been identified as places where some disturbances are likely to be experienced, specifically Ododo constituency, Ashaiman and Okankwe have historical trends of electoral violence. In its expose, though, a program that was organized earlier by the police service, the police administration did not name specific constituencies, but trends that have been studied over the time have makes such information really obvious. Now, in the Western region alone, 453 flashpoints have been identified by the police, and some of the causes of conflict in these areas are attributed to chieftaincy and land dispute. Galamsey have also come up, border issues as well as unhealthy political rival have also been discussed. Now, it is expected that at the least provocation, given this background, the unwanted may happen in these areas. And that is what meetings like this that is being organized by the IEA is supposed to check against as Ghana goes into yet another elections. Now, finally, let me say that the Executive Director of the West Africa Network for Peace Building, Mr. Emmanuel Bombande, has earlier said that flashpoints in the country could be any community that had already or that have had a history of any kind of conflict, whether chieftaincy, what have you. Now, it means that is huge, that it probably will go higher than the 1,000 flashpoints that the police has identified, because as human as we are bound to have conflict in our area. And so if each area has had a conflict, and conflict-prone areas during this election, any area that has had a conflict can be said to be a flashpoint, then that indeed is huge. Let's cross over to Kumasi and talk to Joy News' correspondent Kwabena Amprechum, who is on standby to give us an atmosphere, bring us what really is happening, some details. So, hello Kwabena Amprechum, do we have you? Okay, it doesn't seem like we have Kwabena Amprechum. Hello, Kwabena Amprechum, can you hear me?
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Kwabena Amprechum. I can hear the song in the background. Tell us what's happening over there in Kumasi.
Exactly. I am currently at the auditorium of the Great Hall. As you can hear, there are a lot of farmer groups trying to entertain the people here as we wait for the various presidential candidates to arrive. As I speak with you now, we are told they have all arrived, but they are at the council chamber, that is the Vice Chancellor's office, holding a closed-door meeting before they all come over here. But then I have already cited some of the bigwigs, as you may call it, who will be here at this Kumasi declaration, as people have started over here. I've seen the head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission, Mawvi Wahab Adam, who is around. I've also seen Ikiadonko of the PPP. And now I'm saying of the PPP because she is in PPP colors, also in PPP colors.
Okay. Go on.
Security also here is very tight. The security is, you have to go through scanners, and military, the police, they are everywhere to ensure that everything goes on in a peaceful manner, since we are obviously in a peace conference. Yeah, so do you know which of the political parties have been represented? Do you know, can you tell us? We have a list of them. Can you tell us if all of them are represented right now? All of them have been represented. I am told they didn't come here. They're all at the council chamber, but I've been finding out information from my own sources. And I understand, with the exception of Mr. Abu Sakara, who has been represented by the vice, all of them are here. Indeed, the president's motorcade just arrived some few moments ago. So indeed, they are all represented, including the independent candidates, and if I may say, the other smaller parties. So tell us, what's the atmosphere like? What are the people saying? The people that we've seen quite a number of people that have already taken their seat. What are they saying? What's the atmosphere like in the building? The atmosphere is quite peaceful, if I may say. Everybody is so expecting the political parties to go by what they declare in the Kumasi Declaration. So the people here that I've been speaking to, what is important is if they abide by what they agree on. For the signing and for the sitting here and for all the glamour, that is unnecessary. But then what goes on after we leave here, whether the political parties will call their people to order when they insult each other, whether they will punish people who go contrary to the law, whether they will not encourage people to be violent, in their name. That is what the people want. For them, they want results and not signing of papers and to say we'll do this when actually they are not committed. So they really want commitment to whatever the political parties and their leaders agree to do over here in Kumasi.
So what you're saying is that the closed meeting that's going on right now could be attributed to the reason why the program has not yet started. But we're expecting the EC, the chairman of the Electoral Commission, Dr. Kojo Afari-Gyan. We're expecting the IGP, Mr. Paul Terry-Akwe. We're also expecting the Chief Justice. Could you confirm if all these people have already been there?
Yes, they are all here. They are currently in the closed, in the meeting, in the council chambers. Everybody who is expected to be here, my information tells me they are here. Not one single. I've actually spotted the IGP some moments ago moving around here. I've also spotted the bigwigs in the political parties, and I've asked them if indeed their people are represented, and yes, they are here. The Chief Justice is also here, as I am told by my sources at the council chamber. So indeed, it's a high, very packed event, and everybody who is expected to be here has made it and will carry out the duties assigned them as the program demands.
As I can already feel from your background that you're already there, could you get us some people to talk to us? Maybe let's find out their expectations. If you have any of the people that are on the bill to participate, if we could talk to them.
For the people on the program, all of them are in the council chamber. But then earlier I was trying to, when I go closer to where they are, the noise will be unbearable. So I have to go somewhere that I can speak with you. But I am sure with time I'm going to get people to ask them of their expectations, and then we can move on from there. Now, where I am, I'm secluded because of the noise in the main chamber.
Do you think the program will start anytime soon?
The program, as we calculate, is expected to start around midday. I believe by midday everything would have started, because the council chamber meeting, I understand, won't be too long. They actually went in about 15 minutes ago, and so probably within the next 30 minutes, they're expecting the program to begin. Already the hall is filled, so if you are coming right now, it's going to be difficult to get in. Security is also tight, so if you don't have the necessary accreditation, you are not going to be admitted inside the hall. But by midday, the program should start.
Okay, thank you very much, Kwabena Ampare-Chum. I don't know if there's any other information that you think we will need to know.
We will update our viewers and listeners as and when we get information over here.
Okay, thank you very much, Kwabena Ampare-Chum. So that is Kwabena Ampare-Chum, our correspondent, speaking to us live from Kumasi, where the program is about to begin. We will get some political analysts in the person of Ransford Jampo, who is a political science lecturer at the University of Ghana, to take us through the necessity for such programs. But in the meantime, as we're saying, these flashpoints have all been identified. Now, what the IDEC seeks to do is to get these political parties to be, let's say, much more committed, because over the years we've seen and heard many of them talk about being committed to peace. We've had campaign promises that are backed by pledges upon pledges of committing to electoral peace. But most of the time we know that in the heat of affairs, most of the time there are conflict here and there, and there are times that people have been hurt, there have been gunshots that have been reported, and many other things. Now, in spite of all these, the police have continued to give assurances that security in those areas will be beefed up to ensure that the elections are peaceful. Indeed, what we all seek is peaceful elections. Now, effective patrolling by both police and military personnel, according to the IGP, will also be carried out in the polling stations and in those areas to ensure that voters exercise their franchise in a peaceful environment. Also, the Inspector General of Police, Paul Terry-Akwe, has also disclosed to newsmen that they are developing plans for the provision of security during the elections, and that the police, as always, are committed to ensuring that all polling stations in the country are secured. So those are live pictures from the auditorium where we're expecting all the political parties represented by their leaders to start very soon. We're expecting, we're told by Kobnan Prechum that they are in a meeting, they're in a closed-door meeting with leaders, authorities of the university and organizers of the program, and we're expecting them to start the program anytime soon. So we have Mr. Ransford Jampo, political science lecturer at the University of Ghana. We'll be talking to him. Hello, Mr. Jampo. Welcome to Joy News. Okay, I think we lost him there on the line, but we'll keep trying and get him to do some analysis for us so that we understand. Do these meetings make any impact? Because over the years, indeed, we've had people talk about getting this or that done, but most of the time we know what happens. As Kobnan Prechum was telling me, when they leave the place, when they leave the auditorium and go back, after signing the pact and everything, when they go back, what happens next? Are they willing? Do they have the political will to call the followers to book? I think we have Ransford Jampo on the line. We'll go over to him and take his analysis. Hello, Mr. Jampo. Thank you very much for joining us here on Joy News.
My pleasure.
So tell us, do you think meetings like this really contribute in any way to peaceful elections per se?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Jampo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you give me a little update?
Okay.
Which meeting are you talking about?
Okay, I'm sorry. Now, the IDEC is organizing what they have described as a high-level meeting with the presidential candidates in Kumasi. Over there in Kumasi, they are expected to sign a pact that enjoins them to ensure that their followers, probably whoever they work with as we enter these elections, commit to peaceful elections. That means that their behavior, their actions necessarily lead into a peaceful election. So we're trying to find out from you as a political analyst, do these meetings make any impact to the elections and how peaceful they will be?
Well, symbolically, I think it's good. It's a good gesture, and it sends a message to party people and loyalists and supporters that the aspirants or the presidential hopefuls are getting themselves, committed to peace, and so there's no point in anybody trying to do things to subvert or to undermine the relative peace and tranquility of the country. And so symbolically, it's a good thing, but the point is, oftentimes you have leaders doing some of these things, and when it comes to a crunch, they are unable to sensitize their supporters about what they themselves may have appended their signature to. And so you would see leaders signing one document and then their supporters or people doing the other thing that serves as antithesis to what the leaders themselves may have agreed upon to doing. And so it is important that after this event they move beyond the symbolic gestures to sensitize or to tell their people that this is what we have done, and we are going to be committed to it, and we call on you to also be committed to it. And if anybody is seen to be running afoul of the document the agreement that may have been signed, the leaders will be seen openly calling upon their supporters to desist from any such act that may undermine the peace of the country. And so, at a symbolic level, it is okay, but they should move beyond that to ensure that leaders and their supporters would also respect what they themselves have signed.
Now, what can you say about historical antecedents? Because we've had political leaders, presidential candidates talk about, yeah, we pledge to this, we pledge to that, but most of the times it happens. What do you have to say about the?
Well, let's not even go far. I think the political leaders have prepared and the 2012 Political Parties Code of Conduct. Before then, I think we had the 2008 Political Parties Code of Conduct. And in the 2008 elections, you realize that even though the code was much respected, there were areas of the code that the leaders, the party supporters, breached. And we noticed that the document that was prepared and signed, by the leaders themselves sort of had good faith in the document, but they could not sensitize or they could not draw the attention of their supporters to this document that they themselves had prepared and signed. And so they breached some of the provisions. And the same thing is happening in 2012. So it's important that if leaders reach such agreements and sign documents, it's important that they draw the attention of their supporters to these documents and then these agreements, so that they are also able to hold their supporters, to them, in order to ensure that there isn't a disjoint or disconnect between what the leaders have agreed upon and what their supporters are doing.
Yeah, we had earlier made some analogy that the leader of ONEP had made, that every community that has experienced any kind of conflict is a possible flashpoint. Do you think, as human as we are, do you think that even if they sensitize their followers, that this would make any impact? Because then, if we've had a conflict before, and I know you to be, let's say, an enemy in court, and there are elections, now we know that the elections are usually, during the elections, tensions are really high. So I see you and, there's a conflict. Do you think that even after sensitizing their followers, that it is still possible to have an election that is free of violence?
All over the world, particularly in maturing democracies like that of ours, party supporters take a lot of inspiration from their leaders. And so it is not difficult for the leaders to have a lot of influence on their supporters. And so in my view, I think if the leaders sensitize their supporters about documents that they themselves have agreed upon and signed, I believe rightly so that the supporters will also be influenced, and they will also respect what their leaders are telling them.
So this year we've seen a lot of such programs, there's been incessant calls for peace. Do you think it is really necessary? Are we not peaceful people already? I mean, don't we have this peaceful outlook as a people already, as indeed we've been an example throughout Africa?
Well, Ghana is a relatively peaceful country. It's a shining example to the rest of Africa. We are described as an oasis of peace in a sub-region bedeviled with, violent conflict. But it's important that we guard jealously and protect our relatively peace, stability, and tranquility of our country. And in doing so, we don't have to rest on our oars. We don't have to be complacent. It's important that leaders continue to trumpet the call for peace. It's important that as a nation, we try to do everything possible to ensure that we don't retrogress, we don't relax, but we continue to protect the relative peace and tranquility that we have. And so, in this regard, I think the various calls that are being made for people to ensure that we go through the elections and the aftermath of the elections will be, the nation would see peace. I think it's in the right direction, and I think it must be applauded. And we all, as a nation, must put in place concerted efforts and through our own actions and activities and our utterances, ensure that we don't plunge our nation into chaos.
So we don't know what is contained in the document that they're going to be signing at the KNUST today. But we do know that with the presence of the CJ it is something that has to be taken seriously. As a political analyst, what would you suggest should be some of the things that will necessarily bind these leaders to their commitment today that should be included or contained in the document?
Can you come again with the question? I think the line was
right. We do not know yet what exactly is going to be contained in the document that they're going to be append their signature to as they commit to peaceful elections. We do not know yet. But with the presence of the CJ, the Chief Justice, we expect that it is something that will necessarily bind them. But as a political analyst, would you be able to tell us what are some of the things that when we have in this document would be able to bind them necessarily to the what they are signing?
I think one thing is fundamental. This thing is going to be done because of the impending election. So one fundamental thing is that whoever wins the election, through free and fair means, whoever loses the election should accept defeat, and whoever wins must also not celebrate in a manner that would sort of infuriate or incur the displeasure of those who lost and all that. So I think the most important thing is there are eight contestants for the elections. Definitely one will win, 7 will lose. Those who would be declared losers should accept defeat and congratulate those who will be winning, and the nation moves on. I think that is one fundamental thing. Beyond that, I think we have to wait for the document to be signed, or the agreement to be signed, and then we can look at it and digest or analyze it.
Do you think sanctions would help? I appreciate what you said earlier, but do you think sanctions will help? As in, if you violate this principle, you get this, you get that.
Oh, I'm not sure it is going to be. It's going to be that legally binding. Some of these things, once they are not seen as legislations, you can't really apply sanctions. But you appeal to use moral persuasions to ensure that the presidential hopefuls are supposed to be, are expected to be distinguished and noble people, and so you want to believe that because also they are people of integrity, they would respect what they themselves have signed, and this alone should be a little bit binding on them. But because it's not a legislation, you can't talk about sanctions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Jampor. We really appreciate your time with us here on Joy News. So that is a political lecturer at the University of Ghana telling us the necessity of this document as they're going to sign, the political parties are going to sign, and whether really it will make any impact as far as peaceful elections are concerned. I was asking him earlier about sanctions and whether if we add sanctions, if there are any sanctions that are going to be applied to any defaulting member of that pact. And he tells me that, well, it's not a legislation, and so he doesn't think that it will necessarily work. All we have now is to hope that their morality, that all we have to hold on to now is morals of these political leaders, and whether they are really going to commit, whether their conscience is really going to lead them into committing to whatever they're going to be signing in Kumasi today. So those are still pictures from Kumasi, and we are still standing by to bring you that live telecast of what is going to happen in Kumasi. But let's cross over into Kumasi and get some sound, get some feeling of what is really happening over there. We'll be right back.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I understand that the high-level delegation is on its way to the Great Hall. The order of proceedings goes as follows. As they enter the Great Hall, would alert you, so you please be upstanding to receive them. And then as they get on the podium, the national anthem will be played with all of us still standing. I appreciate your patience and thank you very much for coming. I'd also like to add that because this is a peace program, we would entreat all of you to be calm and respect the peace that we're all enjoying in the hall. Thank you very much for coming, and please be aware of whatever announcements are going to be made from now onwards. Thank you.
Right, so on your screen are live visuals from the Great Hall of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, where politicians and from the various political parties are in a procession into the hall to start the program organized by IDEG in the name of promoting election peace and justice. So there you have it in your shot, which also means that we would have to bring the midday brief to a close, while my colleague Gifty Yando Apia takes over with the live coverage of this all-important signing, this all-important occasion, where we again will see our political parties come together in the name of peace. Right, so my name is Kemini Nyamani Amano. Thanks for watching the midday brief. Gifty Yando Apia is next.
So in your shots a while ago, where the presidential candidates of the political parties who are participating in this year's presidential elections, and the program is about to start. As you can see in the shots over there, people getting ready, taking their seats and about to roll. Let me quickly take you through some comment that we've received via social network. We have one from Joseph Essien, who says, if only our leaders love Mother Ghana, they should abide and educate their supporters. Saludin Gaylord Foka says, this is not about the flag bearers. What they should do is convince the supporters. Kweku Opon said this signing would help. Of course, he is optimistic. Now, Legacy Akahowe says, okay, so we'll take you over to the Kumasi, where the national anthem is being observed right now. So there you have, the national anthem has just been observed. Some optimistic audience making noises over there. But we have Ampechum on the line live from Kumasi to give us really the mood and how the people over there are feeling. Ampechum, hello, welcome.
Yes.
Yeah, so tell us, we're seeing what is happening there, but indeed you are there, so you feel it. Give us a feeling of the atmosphere over there.
It's exciting. It's very, very exciting, especially when the people saw the former president, that is John Agyekum Kufuor and Jerry Rawlings, walking together, and also the various presidential candidates. Their people were here. They were cheering them as they moved on with their campaign leading. It's ecstatic. That is how I will describe the scene here right now. And Mr. Ayaga also, if I may say, collected some funds for himself as he moved through to the podium. And so the atmosphere here is very exciting. Right after the anthem, seatings are going to begin, and so everyone is going to be seated so that we can listen to the program that people see as it is detailed in the program. So here is all peaceful with excitement, and you could see even NDC, NPP, everybody hugging. Very interesting. I saw two people from both ends who really debate and make all the noise on radio, hugging and cheering. As I speak with you now, if you can hear the noise in the background.
Yeah, I can hear.
They are cheering as Mr. Ayaga got up to just make a gesture. And he's doing two shots to the people. And so, with his he's really, really taking all the fun. There's excitement galore here at the auditorium of the KNUST Great Hall. There's excitement here. Yeah.
So, do you know the moderator, and has he taken his position already to start something?
I'm unable to hear you clearly. Kindly repeat that.
Okay, so do you know the moderator? Is he already taking his position to start something? We can't see him in the shot, actually.
Yes, he's actually sat down. All the dignitaries, all the candidates have sat down. And so what we are going to begin is the opening prayer as expected, and then we are going to move on. We just did a national anthem. We are going to have the opening prayer, and then we have the by Professor William Otu.
Okay, I'm presuming. I think we have Mr. Emmanuel Akwete take the stage now. The program surely is about to begin, so we'll come back to you again. So viewers, will go over to Kumasi and let you see the visuals for yourself and have the experience for yourself. We'll be back to make some analysis.
All of you to be silent. Silent because we are doing something historic for our country. We are doing something important for our nation, and we are doing something that the whole world has taken interest in. Usually, nations all over the world talk about electoral violence, impunity, and injustice only after the fact. And so when you look at Sierra Leone, Liberia, Rwanda, La Côte d'Ivoire, we see that issues of violence, human rights abuses, the fearless attitude of people who commit them, and the process of bringing them to justice starts only after the conflict has ended. But today, in this great hall, in the great ensemble of our national leaders, we have gathered here to do something that is important and that shows another way of confronting the challenges we face as a nation. Hello, may I have absolute silence here? Mr. Amo, munye di ni enkosuntem, emre akokakra, emre akuchikakra. What we've gathered here to do is not to talk about our problems, because we know much of that. Throughout the year, we have our anxieties, our fear for this year's elections. We have condemned our activists who speak in intemperate and provoke. And we have done all that we think we could through prayers, demonstrations for peace, music for peace, and many others. But when we gather here, we gather to affirm the strength in our nation. Because as a people, we've never been to civil war. And we have, at critical moments of our life, found leaders who stood up to lead us on the path of peace. And that is what this event signifies. We have been gathered here this morning, or this afternoon, I'm sorry, because our distinguished leaders, the chairman of the National Peace Council, His Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, met, listened to us, what we were saying on air, what we were saying in our rooms, what we were probably muttering within us. And those are the moments that Ghana as a nation has always risen to show leadership to the rest of the world. So as we gathered here, we are discussing a subject that many fear to discuss: electoral violence, impunity, and injustice. And yet, they felt 2 weeks to the elections, our leaders, presidential candidates are so busy wherever they are, they called them and said, come and let us affirm to our nation that when we face these challenges, we do not go the logical way of violence, but we think, we reflect, and we take ourselves out of the way. And I think it is great that our two leaders have shown this, and we should applaud them loudly. I use the term national leaders purposefully because you see in this hall, we do have the President of the Republic. You do have who is also presidential candidate. We do also have our presidential candidates, many of whom we've known in our public lives for many years. But as a nation, we also have institutions, and our institutions are equally important and have leaders who always, at the critical moments, stand up for the peace and stability of the country. And so you will not only find that it is the chairman of the Peace Council, His Majesty Otumfuo, who are gathered here, but the beauty of having our former presidents, President Rawlings, President Kufuor, with us. The beauty of having the President of the National House of Chiefs, and not only himself, but all the regional representatives of the National House of Chiefs are assembled here. Shall we applaud? We also have the beauty of looking at institutions of the state, the judiciary. We do have also the police, the army, all the institutions we need that gives us confidence as a nation to go to bed and to know that freedom and justice truly will be realized in our country, have made time, and they've all joined us here. And so indeed, it is a great day of demonstrating leadership and our capacity to manage the threats that face our elections, whether this year or in the past, and doing so confidently because there are institutions working with them to achieve that. My task here is a simple one, and it is one that says that I would do introductions, but it is also one that says we will start this event with the presence and blessings of God. So let me go back to our opening prayer, and with due apologies for making you wait longer, but it is a price worth paying for the peace, lasting peace of the land. May we invite Most Reverend Joseph Osei-Bonsu, President, Catholic Bishops' Conference, to say the opening prayer. Please let's welcome him.
Let us pray. Almighty God and Father, we thank and praise you for making it possible for us to meet here today for this very important meeting. We meet here on the eve of our elections to deliberate on the theme, promoting peaceful elections and justice, taking a stand against electoral violence, impunity, and injustice. Merciful Father, you are the source of all peace, justice, and order. We pray that you continue to endow our nation, Ghana, with peace and tranquility. We pray that our nation will be rid of all violence and that order and discipline will characterize the life of our country. As we prepare for the elections, we pray for all those who have roles to play in this important national exercise: the various political parties, the parliamentary and presidential candidates, the voters, the Electoral Commission, the security agencies, and the media. May the peace, stability, and welfare of Ghana be their major concern. Almighty Father, as we meet here today for the signing of the Kumasi Declaration, we entrust our presidential candidates into your hands. We pray that your Holy Spirit, the Spirit of truth, will come upon them and touch their hearts so that they will see peace in Ghana as being more important than their own political ambitions and their quest for political power. May they always say and do those things that will lead to the promotion of peace, justice, and reconciliation in our country before, during, and after the elections. Gracious and merciful Father, we commend to your care our traditional and political leaders. We pray for the Asantehene Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II. We pray for our President, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. We also pray for our former heads of state here present with us, namely His Excellency President Jerry John Rawlings and His Excellency President John Agyekum Kufuor. We also commend to your care Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Georgina Theodora Wood, and the Vice Chancellor of this university, Professor William Otu Ellis. Merciful Father, we pray for all of us gathered here. We pray for the various civil society groups that are championing the cause of peace and good governance. We pray also for our dear nation, Ghana. Bless and protect it from all violence, injustice, and lawlessness. We make this prayer through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Most Reverend. Hello. Hello. I know we are all excited by seeing our presidential candidates, but please may I remind you that this is a very important national event, an event intended not only to unify our leaders in the common quest to promote peaceful elections, but also develop our countries inclusively for the benefit of all. So let's spare a bit of time listening to the program, and as soon as we finish and they step out and they are going into their vehicles, you can start the rally. For now, I crave your indulgence that we stick to time so we'll be able to wrap this program up quickly. Your Majesty Otumfuo Tutu II, Asante Hene and Chancellor of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Your Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, Your Excellency former President Jerry John Rawlings, Your Excellency former President John Agyekum Kufuor, the Honorable Lady Chief Justice Mrs. Georgina Theodora Wood, the Chairman of the National Peace Council, the Vice Chancellor of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Inspector General of Police, President of the National House of Chiefs, distinguished presidential candidates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to be asked to moderate this session, an honor that I thought there were others more experienced to handle. But since it's fallen on me, I intend to do my best, and I hope with your cooperation, we could stick to time and finish this program duly. This afternoon's event has two audiences, one in this hall, but also nationwide. What we are doing here is being beamed across the country, television, radio, and I believe it's also on the internet. And so I would just quickly take us through the program to enable us understand what we are doing here, how it's been structured. And after that, we would go through the program as speedily as possible because each speaker is allotted about 3 minutes, maximum 5 minutes to speak. This is not a forum, so we are not going to ask questions. It is also not a place where we want to show our partisan support. We have enough time to do that outside the hall. But here, we want our leaders to affirm that they would lead us through peaceful elections, because we have demonstrated our capacity to do that over the years. And so, for the benefit of those outside here, as they are listening to us, may I say that we have a 5-part program. We've done the arrivals, and we are through to the opening. We've started the opening session. The KNUST Basic School Band did a fantastic job in playing the national anthem, and we would hear from them again. We now have a segment where our national leaders are going to speak to us. And all that they are going to say is to affirm that we have a capacity as a nation through our leaders and institutions and our people to steer away from violence and to take the path to peace. It is not rhetoric. Everybody understands that there's a lot more that has to be done. But they are courageous enough to join us at such short notice. So we would do that segment, which would end with a spoken word from Nana Ode Ampofo and Crystal Tete, who within a limited time of 5 minutes, they would entertain us to some great sayings reflecting our culture and our values. Once we complete part 2, we go to part 3, and that is the affirmation statement to be made by presidential candidates. In this segment, the Peace Council and Menchia were strict that we stick to the ballot paper as certified by the Electoral Commission. And so the order there reflects what is on the ballot paper. And that is why we had said that presidential candidates cannot be replaced, but we also wanted to be gender balanced, even if not fully. So we have CPP being represented here. But that is an important segment. It is the heart of the whole matter, that our leaders in 3 minutes would affirm their commitment to peace. But they would also end that by taking us to part 4, where there would be a signing of what we call the Kumasi Declaration, which happily our presidential candidates have reviewed, commented upon, and have all indicated their preparedness to sign that before you. I believe they deserve a loud round of applause for doing that. Part 4, we are going to have singing of patriotic songs by the Mansia Palace Choir. And they will sing throughout in probably much calmer tones as we go through the process. And this is how it begins. The Honorable Lady Chief Justice would make brief remarks, then she would read the declaration, and thereafter invite the candidates individually to sign the declaration on the table and chair before you. Once they've done that, our Honorable Lady Chief Justice would witness the signature, but she wouldn't do that alone. The chairman of the Peace Council and His Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu would also do that. And that tells you the seriousness of the procedure. And we believe that our leaders would mean what they've said, and they have already said they are committed to signing this and upholding the peace of Ghana. When they finish, there will be a presentation, which is a special presentation the Chief Justice would like to make to them, and then they would affirm their unity in a group photograph that will be beamed throughout the nation to show that our leaders are speaking against electoral violence, impunity, and injustice. When we finish that, we'll go to the last segment, Part 5. In Part 5, we would have heads of state institutions mandated to perform critical functions in the elections, also affirming their preparedness to lead this nation through peaceful elections and stability that would help us develop quickly after the elections. And here we would have the Inspector General of Police, Her Ladyship, the Honorable Lady Chief Justice, the Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante for Peace Council. The Asante Hene would also give a message, would have a closing prayer, and we would close the session. We hope to do this all within less than 2 hours. So it means that it is possible. It means that we should be able to clap quickly and get back to our compartment to enable them to do that. So having presented the program to you then, let me skip any other statement and go straight to inviting the Vice Chancellor, Professor William Otu Ellis, who graciously and without any hesitation worked hard to prepare this hall and this venue for us. Thank you.
Your Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, His Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, Asante Hene and Chancellor of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Your Excellency, former President Jerry John Rawlings, Your Excellency, former President John Agyekum Kufuor, the Honorable Lady Chief Justice, Mrs. Georgina Theodora Wood, Chairman of the National Peace Council, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Inspector General of Police, President of the National House of Chiefs, distinguished presidential candidates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. On behalf of the Chancellor, the Governing Council, management, staff, and students of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, I welcome you all to this afternoon's novelty program, which is also very historic in our modern-day politics as a nation. As an institution, we are extremely happy to be partnering our most distinguished Chancellor, Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, and the National Peace Council in bringing all major stakeholders in Ghana's political system as far as the 2012 general elections are concerned together on a common platform to make a stand against all forms of electoral violence, impunity, and injustice. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in view of the grave importance of peace as a panacea for development, several personalities and groups have organized several programs and projects, all in an attempt to commit the major players in our electioneering process to peace, harmony, tranquility, and a peaceful coexistence. As an institution, we are charged with the responsibility to train the future manpower needs of our country and continent. But we also have a social responsibility to promote peace and harmony in our society. The KNUST as an institution has played its role in helping the electorate make informed choices as far as elections are concerned. In this direction, we recently organized a Flag Bearers on Energy seminar series, which provided a unique platform to all political parties in this year's election to espouse their vision on sustainable energy provision for our development. In 2008, a similar seminar in this year's election, the auspices of our Chancellor, the National Council, against all forms of electoral violence, injustice, and impunity. As Africans, we are not oblivious of the level of devastation electoral violence has brought to our fellow human beings. Fortunately for us, Ghana has for the past years carved a niche for itself as a beacon of hope as far as the conduct of elections are concerned. We as a people have been trailblazers in many aspects of Africa's development, including the struggle for decolonization and democratization, among others. In this direction, we cannot afford to erode the enormous gains we have made as a people through electoral violence, impunity, and injustice. Already, there have been reported pockets of electoral violence in some parts of the country, and these cases give cause for concern. The level of intolerance, heated arguments, name-calling, over-enthusiasm, and over-exuberance that characterize our elections must give way to the new order of civility, fellow feeling, peaceful coexistence, candor, and perspicacity. It is therefore our hope that today's ceremony will go a long way to help us to fully commit ourselves to a peaceful election in the supreme interest of the ordinary Ghanaian. We can only hope that all stakeholders will play their role in making sure that we have peaceful elections come December 7th. I once again welcome you all to this morning's short function and to say that please feel at home and enjoy your stay here. For taking part in today's program, in making sure that we have peaceful elections come December 7th. I once again welcome you all to this morning's short function and to say that please feel at home and enjoy your stay here. God bless our homeland Ghana, and thank you all for taking part in today's program. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Otueles. We are moving to the opening remarks by the Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante. He is chair of the National Peace Council, but he also has all the members of the National Peace Council in our midst. And this is their decision that we are implementing. May we applaud them. You know, the chair said I shouldn't take too much time. He's already here. So please welcome the chair.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana, and the presidential candidates of the NDC. Your Excellencies, Jerry John Rawlings, John Ajekum Kufuor, Your Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu Asante-Hene, Chancellor of KNUST. Your Ladyship, Chief Justice Mrs. Georgina Theodora Wood, the Chief of Defense Staff, Inspector General of Police, President of the National House of Chiefs, distinguished presidential candidates, Nananom, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Peace Council. First of all, I wish to express sincere thanks to Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II for graciously hosting this conference. It is an honor, Danes and the whole of Ghana, for this noble enterprise. Peace, understood as a state of harmony characterized by the lack of violent conflict and as the absence of hostility, is the condition for the possibility of development, prosperity, and security. Where peace conquers, there is no violence or bloodshed, no grief to humanity, and no damage to life and property. Violent conflict in the sense of war and hostility, which are negation of peace, causes streams of blood and untold havoc. Only the victories of peace leave no maimed limbs or mutilated bodies, no ruined cities and towns. Even the proper working of democracy is possible only in times of peace. There can be no elections and no government of the people when a country is in the throes of war and violence. Peace is in that sense the condition for the possibility of the promotion of democracy. It points to a harmonious condition, a condition without hostilities that make it possible for individual persons and communities to realize their full human potential as purposed by God. Peace has always been among humanity's highest values. It is for this reason that by an act of Parliament, precisely by Act 818, the National Peace Council has been established with a core objective to facilitate and develop mechanisms for conflict prevention, management, resolution, and to build sustainable peace in the country. The 2012 elections offer Ghanaians another opportunity to determine the country's political leadership. The various political parties, and for that matter, flag bearers and parliamentary candidates, therefore, have a unique opportunity to present to the Ghanaian electorate their manifestos through political rallies and campaigns. But this must be done in an atmosphere of tolerance and respect for one another. The National Peace Council continues to collaborate with other stakeholders, such as the chieftaincy institutions, the political parties, the media, the judiciary, the Electoral Commission, and relevant civil society organizations to ensure a civil discourse before, during, and after the 2012 electioneering processes, and to ensure that various platforms are created for actors in the electoral process to engage in peaceful elections. In this high-level meeting, the National Peace Council and Manshia Palace, under the distinguished leadership of Otumfuo, with technical assistance provided by the Institute of Democratic Governance, IDEG, have collaborated to facilitate a high-level meeting with the presidential candidates of the December 2012 elections. The aim has been to engage our esteemed candidates collectively as political leaders on the important matter of electoral violence, impunity, and injustice, a recurring problem in elections in Ghana. The prevalent feeling in the nation is that political and institutional commitment to fighting all acts of electoral violence, intimidation, impunity, and injustice in our country is weak and ineffective. So despite the individual statements of assurance by the presidential aspirants that they would respect the rule of law and conduct their election campaigns peacefully, public confidence in their ability to do so remains low. We are, however, convinced that given the chance, political leaders and state institutions should be able to demonstrate their preparedness to provide a collective, capable, and inspiring leadership for accountable governance in the sphere of democratic elections and other things that will augur for the peace of this country. Our meeting today, we believe, has provided a public space within which our presidential aspirants, as esteemed political leaders, will openly and collectively take a stand against all acts of electoral violence, intimidation, impunity, and injustice during and after the December 2012 election. This joint initiative is our response to our beloved nation's desire for peaceful and credible presidential and parliamentary elections this year. Our esteemed presidential candidates, we highly appreciate your personal participation in this high-level meeting here in Kumasi at a very short notice, at a time when you are wrapping up. We trust that your collective stand against all forms of electoral violence, impunity, and justice publicly will send a clear message to both your supporters and adversaries that there is the need for peaceful coexistence and harmonization of divergent political opinions on specific political issues. Indeed, the purpose of this high-level meeting is a call for greater movement towards justice, peace, and tolerance in our beloved country, and a commitment to the journey towards these political virtues in the years ahead. Let me take this opportunity to express sincere thanks to and to all of you, our presidential aspirants, and to our statesmen, our former presidents, Nananum, the Chief Justice, and all of you who have graced this occasion to make it a success. We have one Ghana. Let us stand for one Ghana. Thank you, and may God bless all of us.
It is time to listen to the statement by now Professor John S. Nabila, President of the National House of Chiefs, who also has his members, the members of the National House of Chiefs here, whom I asked us to applaud.
The co-chairpersons, Your Majesty Otufo Setutu II, Asantehene, and Chancellor of KNUST, and Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante, Chairman of the National Peace Council, Your Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship, Georgina Wood, former presidents, Your Excellencies, Jerry John Rawlings and John Ajakum Kufuor, Vice Chancellor of the University of KNUST, Professor William Ellis, Nananum presidential candidates of all the political parties and representatives of the political parties in Ghana now, IGP and CDS, the media distinguished guests, and the diplomatic corps present here. It has been observed that across the regions and districts of Ghana, the chiefs have been at the forefront of those actively campaigning, engaging their communities and the general public on the issue of securing violence-free and unnecessary impunity and injustice in our electoral processes. Many have unreservedly condemned incidents of intemperate language, intimidation, intolerance, and physical and verbal combat, among others, as well as provocative acts, and in some cases, threatened even to take punitive actions against perpetrators of electoral violence who visit their areas, that is, their traditional areas. While taking a stand against provocative political acts, chiefs have consistently promoted community and national cohesion, and as custodians of the land and culture of Ghana, provided unified leadership where our politicians have fallen short of doing so because of the need for them to exploit our social and economic differences in order to maximize their mobilization of the winning votes. And one is very happy that Otufo is involved with this exercise. Many of the activities of these chiefs in our country have been widely reported in both the print and electronic media, that is the newspapers and the television, FM stations, and so forth. Some of us chiefs have also delivered lectures on national platforms speaking about national unity and the inclusive development of the country. As clearly indicated in his book, in Law and Chieftaincy in Ghana, former Supreme Court Justice Broby stated, and I quote, "Ghanaians have such great respect, in some instances almost bordering on reverence, for chiefs, that what the chiefs tells his people in many cases is instinctively obeyed. This is largely due to the fact that traditional authority derives its strength from the clan or ethnic origins, and almost invariably the chief lives with the people in their various communities," unquote. This is the strength of the chief. And since there is no village in Ghana without a chief, chiefs will continue to promote peaceful coexistence when and wherever possible, irrespective of the few instances of chieftaincy and land disputes in the country. We therefore deem it very necessary to appeal to all political party leaders and their followers not to engage in any acts that will undermine the peace and stability in the country. And I'm being joined by all presidents of regional houses of chiefs here. Tolerance and respect for one another will help promote peace in the country to a level that will make implementation of socio-economic development projects in the country readily accessible and acceptable to all and sundry. As chiefs, we believe that peace and stability are non-negotiable. And because we know our people and live with them in the communities, we understand their anxieties, hopes, and aspirations. On behalf of all chiefs in Ghana, I would like to thank the organizers of this function and all present for giving us the opportunity to make this statement, which we hope and believe will help in achieving the objectives of the forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Na. We're getting to the point where we are going to listen to our former presidents. Hello. I believe the best we can do is to applaud President Rawlings to come and speak. Hello, hello, hello. Whilst we wait for President Rawlings, hello. Whilst we wait for President Rawlings, let me acknowledge the partnerships around this important event. If you look at what you find is that this event has been ably supported by the Menchia Palace, the National Peace Council, the National House of Chiefs, the Institute for Democratic Governance, the Civic Forum Initiative, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Graphic, what is this? The KNUST, the Development for International Development, and for that, Department for International Development, and for that matter, the British High Commission, and the UN agencies represented here specifically by UNESCO. Shall we applaud the partners for their contribution to this event? And hello. Hello. If you look at the back of your program, hello.
ladies and gentlemen. This is indeed a full house. And I feel very privileged and honored to also participate in this important forum. His Majesty Nana Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, the Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, and our most distinguished presidential candidates. It's quite a long list of names, about 12, and I hope we'll have the patience for it. But I've had to beg the chairman to skip that aspect of it for now. Her Lordship, Chief Justice Georgina Wood, Dr. Kwajo Afarijan, the Inspector General of Police, Nananom Nime, honorable members of the National Peace Council, representatives of civil society and political parties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is significant that we have created such an invaluable forum today to further seek commitment and consensus on ensuring a peaceful election devoid of violence, impunity, and injustice. Ghana has been blessed with peaceful political transitions since we embraced the Fourth Republican Constitution in April 1992. Moreover, many of the electoral processes that have led to these transitions have been characterized by uncomfortable levels of tension and indeed several instances of violence and threats of violence. As a people, we have to be thankful to God that some of these have not ignited into full-blown conflict. We often pride ourselves as a people, but the nature of partisan politics and the tensions that have come with fierce political competition mean we should not take our peace for granted. Ghanaians are alarmed by the exchange of extremely vitriolic and baselessly abusive language in our airwaves. Our politics is now characterized by how loud and abusive one can be, rather than the application of moderate, toned-down logic and common sense in debating the issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot sustain this and guarantee our peace in this kind of recklessness. It is a catalyst for conflict. I am in no way suggesting, ladies and gentlemen, having said what I've just said, I am in no way suggesting that people should be meek and mild. People should have a right to be responsibly vigilant during the electoral process. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, All the political parties have played a part in this unpleasant state of affairs, and it is a belief the presidential candidates who are all gathered here today to express their commitment to peace. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just returned from upcountry, interacting with traditional leaders and offering my support in their quest for a peaceful election. The tensions in some parts of the country are real and should not be ignored. Our political leadership have a huge responsibility beyond this forum to give proper counsel to their supporters across the country to desist from reckless impunity if we are to give true meaning to what is happening here today. What is the value of electoral victory if it is achieved on violence? Peace cannot be guaranteed unless we back our words with responsibility and tolerance. The media also have to recognize that they have a huge role to play in ensuring that the true value of today's declaration is achieved through the application of strict ethics during political discourse. The security agencies have an equally strong responsibility, heavy responsibility, to be professional, impartial, and forthright in the execution of their duties. And the judiciary has to resolve electoral disputes within or with swiftness and fairness to give the electoral process credibility. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Ghana has come too far in its political evolution. Let us not allow the next few days to destroy these political gains. We cannot fail our people. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to Otumfuo Osei Tutu and the National Peace Council for offering a platform for such an important forum. Gratitude, the greatest gratitude, should also go to the Institute of Democratic Governance, that's the IDEG, led by Dr. Akwete, for successfully putting this meeting together. We're most grateful. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much. They're trying to drag me. They don't want any booms. No booms. 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 No booms. Oh, Matthew. You know, ladies and gentlemen, my way. I think it's important as social scientists and psychologists, students of human understanding, who've been studying what's been going on over the last 8 and 12 years, to recognize as quickly as you possibly can the reasons why this election is proving to be very stressful and very interesting, very competitive, where no one is prepared to let go of an inch of territory. And I think it is related to the factor I keep making reference to, that which one of them, of the two major ones, may still No. I have a great deal of respect for Dr. Saka. I have a great deal of respect for Ayarika Koff. I guess we're going to have to call the Ayariga cough the designer cough. Unfortunately, you know, it lacks the base of, you know. Okay, I think the Asantini has declared, what's the word they do in the veto. So I guess I may have to end it here. Otherwise, I was going to let you know that two of the major parties are at par in terms of their values. Whether degraded or whatever it is, one is not holding a moral position over another, as used to happen in the past. And this is why there is this sense of equality, if I'll put it that way. And none of them would want to spare any ammunition for the middle grounds. So that from even a social psychological stand view, there's the potential for a clash. What we have to do is to make sure that this clash, even if it's going to take place, does not end up in a manner that creates, you know, conflict, antagonism, and whatever it is. Let us handle this clash. Yes. The clash. Yes. Thank you. Reduce the clash to the thumb. Thank you.
Hello? I think, hello? Silence, please. We've got to move on. Yes, thank you. You know, you can't be sure of what our former presidents would do, because who knows that President Kufuor would also give two speeches. One, the real speech, which comes after the one read. But on that note, please, mindful of time, let's go straight to the program and welcome His Excellency President John Agyekum Kufuor.
Your Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, Otumfuo Santehene, ' members of the National Peace Council, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, Mr. Vice Chancellor of KNUST, our dear presidential candidates, Nananom, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This is truly a historic, symbolic, but at the same time real forum of the nation in search for the means to secure peace in the exercise of the most basic right of the citizens of Ghana. It has been said that a nation without elders is like a boat without an even keel. And this is very true. We are gathered here today on the bidding of the King of Ashanti and our elders of the National House of Chiefs, the National Peace Council, and the entire leadership of our nation in all aspects of our national life. If you are talking religion, if you are talking civil society, they are all in this hall. And we've got our candidates aspiring to the highest office of the land, all lined up in a way like some school students lined up for interview to secure admission to something. It is important that we accord the occasion the due seriousness and singleness of purpose, so that at the end of it, even as we get our candidates to sit in front of all of us to append their signatures to the Declaration for Peace, we know that they are signing not just for themselves, their individual selves, but for the entire nation, because these few gentlemen and the lady, I believe, represent the entire nation of Ghana. As they sign for their supporters and fans and the rest of us. So they're going to sign in front of all of us as witnesses for the occasion. And why? Why is this necessary? It's the first of its kind. I've been in politics for about 40 years, and I believe this is the first time I'm witnessing anything like this. They are doing this because I believe we all know that it is about power. 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 And we know that from history, people have done all sorts of things to secure power. Some would kill, some would lie, some would do anything, buy to get the power. But we happen to be living in times when I believe we as a nation are all agreed that power belongs with the people, and that the people as individuals should line up to vote. To vote. Anybody wanting to lead us, submit to our choice. We must vote for him or her to become president. Just get power, we go again to take him out of power, put another person there. Into elections, and I say I've been in politics a long time, we do all sorts of things as politicians. At the end of the day, the vote of the people may not come as pure and as true as the people would want. And the purpose of this is to ensure that all stakeholders would be alert to how the vote of the people is delivered on solid, pure and straight, so that at the end of the day, all of us would submit to our decision. Whoever is chosen at the end of the day would command the respect across the board of the entire nation. This is where peace would be secure for all of us. If at the end of the day, the vote is not secured this way, if substantial numbers of the people would begin to feel that they had been cheated one way or the other, I assure you, the grumbling might degenerate into untold difficulties for the entire nation. This is not what we should want as citizens of the country. And this is why, even with my clutch, because I'm not too well, I decided to come support Otumfuo in the Peace Council to take part in this tradition. The constitution of the nation that defines how to get into the presidency has devised the vote as the exclusive mechanism to access the highest seat of the land, the vote. So anybody who would use bullying, injustice, and pushing the people around one way or the other so the people would be denied the purity of the vote at the end of the day, really is committing a treasonable act. It's committing a very serious crime. And I'm happy to see the Inspector General of Police here. I'm happy to see the Chief of Defense Staff here, Chief of the Defense Staff here, and I hope other security agencies are around. They are the servants of the state. Yes, for the time being, they submit to the executive of the land. But at the end of the day, it is the state, and the state is all of us together, not just the president, not just some security couple. No, if you allow yourself to be used to deny the people their right to exercise their votes in purity, then you are committing a very, very serious crime. And all of us as citizens of Ghana, all of us should stand up. And I believe this is the topic we are asking the presidential candidates to say. Taking a stand against electoral violence, impunity, and injustice. We should do everything to ensure this is not perpetrated on us. If we do not do it, then we may become, with all due respect, like slaves in our own country. Yes, the term is 4 years, but 4 years may be a long time in some people's lives. We don't want that. We can get the peace. The whole world is looking to Ghana as a peaceful, in fact, some describe us as an oasis on our continent. We have a duty to uphold this image for Ghana. And this we should do by all of us committing to ensuring the vote comes clean and pure, free and fair at the end of the day. I'm sorry to say the Electoral Commission is not here. I haven't seen the representation. The Electoral Commission is like the referee on the pitch in a match between the House of Folk and Kotoko. Many a time, what should be a fine match degenerates into violence, and we have seen it before, even in death. And it's all because of bad refereeing. So if you were here, or the commission was represented here, I would appeal to it that it must do its work so dispassionately and objectively that at the end of the day, we would know that the duty entrusted to the commission by the national constitution to exercise free and impartial refereeing in the vote to pick up next president, he would do with a fear of God and the love of country sincerely at heart. So with this, I want to also add my voice to my predecessor, President Rawlings, in thanking Otumfuo Santehene, the National Peace Council, the National House of Chiefs, and all of us gathered here for giving us the platform for us to talk sincerely from our hearts to our nation, to all Ghanaians, that at the end of the day, we want a president that would really reflect the hopes of all of Ghana, not party. Once you become president, you are above the party. So, yes, power has many allures, but for the sake of Ghana and humanity, let us use our votes properly to pick our next president. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much. I think we've listened to the first segment. We'll have a short interlude. But before we do that, you agree with me that the speakers for the first segment have given us the stuff we wanted to inspire us, and for that, they deserve a loud round of applause. So we'll move quickly to the spoken word session. Nana Ode Ampofo and Crystal Tete, you have 5 minutes to share. Let's welcome Nana Ode Ampofo.
Ote kokoso oseben sun kuntumira onye nambinsu onin kwanma nan kwan adan kwan surudo wadaruma omampanyin mahama wadaruma etitiriwa moshia wa ha asumdwe a yepe mabun ene edimu akoten enu nti na manwen sansemi a matudin yengara yenjejireje ederebrem Ghana mabun yengara yenjejireje se nampa da ho na yebefa nkasei se okwampa da ho ne yebekọ akofa monchimonka kwan se hamada ho ne yebekọ akofa owo se abodo da ho ne yebekọ akofa obo se abepa da ho ne yebekọ akofa achinchen se odenchem anase denchem mrebo wo ho ne yebekọ akofa odenchem na sa sumdwe a wahye na atade pa wo ho ne yebekọ akofa basabasa ya wabo kwatere dade ponko so ya yengara yenjejireje yangara yenjejeje empanyimfo no de wonti abobi wo na wabo wonka ebuanu ehudedawo aka won a wopese wo kire beresai wadi won onunum tobre aduan aka kameto mpaso keke won de wadi nchine kotoku ebinim kotoku ya bien ebinim kotoku du ebinim kotoku ya dionu menewo afei ne yadi olonka baako na se yebehwe na abanesa yangara yenjejireje iu yangara yenjejireje abato enye aboto ofie ni fie nsumontin nyina fikese ene epokokoroko kwabena onchi bi empu bi na se densu na mempasem so bekopum afram enam odokwan so bekopum ankobra nso beko na densu so obehye opo na ankobra so obewe opo a ehefa ene wo befa wo beye te se mpotopore ene mpetu prewa wakofia asase prada so yente yenho ase ene yentetewo yenho ase nse efise se fantefu ne santefu ante ne ntemante ntammaku apemfu akopem makwatiafu akotie mabetomu akotom ama amakomfu akom na enkyere se sebe asesewafo mmesesawo mfankodi asawo enti abato adaka enye aboto adaka se ekoma eba no saa yengara yenjejireje ampa yengara yenjejireje asumdwe ne yehwehwe enti ankada etia betietia ne kunu kwatia nim wonkwatia no yenhwe mfa man kwatia hene no ntu ne nantia so na etia ne kwatia asem entwatietia enye ne yehwehwe ne se obentin bi betintene asomo na montintin bi se ontwa mampontin kwantintin nko achiampo matintin ko famra na adantin na asembe dantintin a wotene na entene dagombafo de abai woma dagatefo nte wo ho ase efise ewukugwa nyabo na dewufu fiase bodawuru na ebiriwufu ani suase ebiri won na afei akroponfu fiase pompon ma tefu fiase latalata na mamfefu fiase fefe ma amonokromfu fiase munumunum wonkro na abotachifu gwankote woboyachi na mamponfu fiase pon won man na tutufu tufi tutu mobosuma se bosom kohwe ase wo ahwerase a anhwa eburibebu makuapema kopem so yebehwe emakuapema pema na Ghana mmerante ne mmabaa yɛn ara yɛn gyegyeregye sɛ yɛn ani tua Somalia, Liberia, ɛne Sudan na yɛpɛ bi saa de a yɛn ara yɛn gyegyeregye sɛ yɛanhwɛ a yɛbɛkɔ akɔnya ɔmanfo yɛkɔnya ɔmanfo a yɛbɛtie nsɛmfo ate kasafo ayɛ ne yɛfo anya nsɛmfo akontɔkwafo adi awufo ayareyarefo awuwufo ama amansan abɔ akyi kafo iwu yɛn ara yɛn asase ni wamfa mfiri yɛn wamfa ogwantin mogya ɛna tɔe ɛnyɛ akokɔ mogya nso no wɔde tɔe na obi abɛbɔ yɛn dan akyi kɔkɔkɔ nananom de wɔn mogya ɛna tɔ de gyaw yɛn na ɛdumi ne ho nso so sɛ yɛbɛyɛ bi atoa so ne yɛnyɛ bi ntua so a ne aka no yɛresɛn anaa wɔnyɛ biribi amma wase a ɔmmɔ no korɔn enti bɔmpata abobɔ wɔbɔ pata wɔmmɔ nkɔ pata so awusafo mfrɛ barika mu aŋorɔfo mfrɛ no ti fafa nkramfo mfrɛ tuenjole na kamfo nso mfrɛ asomdwe assalamu alaikum
Pacho ujekirije ne brofo ne die
It's on to you.
It's on to you. Okay, thank you. Please, he deserves a round of applause. This is culture. This is African. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Tete. As we do that, we know that our distinguished presidential candidates are getting ready because we'll be inviting them shortly in 3 minutes to give us a message of hope. Thank you very much. Yes, let's welcome Crystal.
Children of love, what's the point of being free if we only start to hate? Look to the mountaintop. Discord. These eyebrows will not be tickled into a smile. 7 times I must resist. Diatribe, cloaked in white, red, and blue. Diatribe, cloaked in white, red, and green. Thumb recognizes by the color of oneness. 7 times I must resist promises that mock the earnest toil, the sincere heart. The lies, trophies of times gone and lands lost. Here we'll remember one whose promise guarantees the exodus of Yale and Harvard-bred men to the University of Bochum. Thumb recognizes by the color of realness. 7 times I must resist. 7 times I must resist the cunning chaps that count the cut. The cunning chaps that cut the calm over enthusiastic wallets and sirens heralding barren minds. Thumb recognizes by the color of realness. Tick, tock, tick. 'Tis the 7th day of the last month. Yes, 7 times I will resist one-man choirs. 7 times I will resist tales of blue ojimbas and tales of diapers for pregnant billy goats. Thumb recognizes by the color of realness. 7 times I will resist the violent tongue, the pervasive negativity. Thumb recognizes by the color of realness. 7 times I will resist all who deflate our peace of mind. Thumb recognizes by the color of realness, of oneness. What's the point of being free when we only start to hate? Look to the mountaintop. It's the one place our pain gets set free. One Ghana, one love. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I believe we are refreshed for the important statements we are now going to take from our presidential candidates, distinguished gentlemen. The order of making the statement, as we said earlier, is strictly according to the ballot. paper are certified by the Electoral Commission. So let me proceed quickly to invite the presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who is also... Hello, hello, please, please, please. Who is also President of the Republic of Ghana. Let's welcome His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, hello.
Thank you very much. I'll ask you to pardon me if you don't hear my usual melodious voice. This is what consistent campaigning has done to me. His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Her Ladyship the Chief Justice, our revered former Presidents Rawlings and President Kufuor, the Chair of the National Peace Council, Most Reverend Emmanuel Asante, the Vice Chancellor and staff and students of this great university, the Inspector General of Police, the CDS, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My statement is brief, and I want to begin by thanking the National Peace Council and Otumfuo Osei Tutu II for this great event and for giving me the opportunity to make an affirmation for peaceful elections. I believe that this event is significant as it will lay the basis for us, the key stakeholders in this electoral process, to give a signal to the people of this country that we stand for peace. Ghana has been on a democratic path for the last 20 years. Indeed, since we adopted our Constitution of 1992, we have established solid democratic credentials over this 20-year period. We've held 5 successive elections, and we're about to go into a 6th. Normally, this should cost us no sleep because we have had the experience before. But it is said that the price of freedom, and in this case, I replace freedom with peace, is eternal vigilance. Ghana, as a result of our democratic credentials, is held to a much higher standard than other countries on our continent. Our democracy is believed to have matured. I remember recently on the world stage at the UN General Assembly, I called on the international community that were interested in monitoring and observing our elections to feel free to do so. A few of them have turned down the invitation because they say Ghana's democracy has matured and there's no need to come and supervise those elections. What this means is that we must rise up as a people and make sure that nothing mars this great respect and esteem in which we are held. These elections of 2012 will consolidate once and for all our credentials as probably the best democracy in the world. I have a dual responsibility. First, as President of the Republic, and secondly, as a candidate in these elections myself. I pledge to carry out this role to the best of my ability and in the national interest. Our government has worked to create an environment to have a peaceful and successful election. We have provided the resources that the Electoral Commission needs, all the resources it needs, to be able to conduct this election without any hitch. We've provided the security services with resources and equipment to be able to carry out their mandate of creating a peaceful atmosphere devoid of intimidation for all our citizens to freely come out and exercise their franchise. Everybody knows me since I've been in public service, a person of peace and a non-violent person. I have led by example. I've led by example, and I have avoided any inflammatory or insulting comments against any of my opponents or any other person in that case. Indeed, I have gone the extra mile to call members of my team to take a cue from my character and communicate as decently as they can. I'm sure that if all of us leaders and the key stakeholders reflect by personal example our abhorrence of intemperate language, of insults, of electoral violence, this will go a long way and will greatly help to reduce the tension and call our supporters to order. I want to thank the religious leaders for the constant intercessory prayers they say for Ghana. I believe that God's divine favor is also a factor in the peace that we enjoy in this country. And I'll urge them to continue to pray for peace. But while we pray for divine intercession, I believe that we all have a role as citizens of Ghana to do our best and work towards a peaceful nation. I want to take this opportunity to also thank our traditional leaders and our civil society organizations for the advocacy role they have played in ensuring that we enjoy peace in this country. I'll ask them to continue to play that role and to do so in a neutral and non-partisan manner. I wish, before all of you, my countrymen and women, to pledge my commitment to a violence-free election, and I call on all our citizens to join the Electoral Commission, government, and the security services to ensure peace before, during, and after the election. Let me once again and in conclusion thank the National Peace Council, thank Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, thank our former presidents and all the distinguished people who have made time to come here, and to thank my colleagues who are candidates in this election and say, let us all work together and we can make it. Thank you.
Hello, 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 please, please, please. You can see that as the moderator, I have skipped the privilege I have to comment on every speech so we can save time. So please, like the president said, his team should emulate his character. Please, can we also emulate the comportment he had here so we can move on? Thank you very much. Shall we call number 2 on the ballot, presidential candidate, the Great Consolidated People's Party, Dr. Henry Lartey.
Your Majesty, Asante Hene, former President J.J. Rawlings, former President J.A. Kufuor, Lady Chief Justice, National Head of House of Chiefs, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we of the GCPP believe in peace, and I want you all to say peace. 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 No violence. No violence. Why? Because we've got the best democracy in the world. And let's stand up and let the whole world know we are good. Let's do that. I'm not going to say any more. Peace. Peace. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Hello. May I have your silence? Please, hello. Let's move to hello. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let us move to the third candidate on the ballot, the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, hello, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, the NDC presidential candidate, Otumfuo Asante-Hene, and the Chairman of the National Peace Council, the Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Your Excellencies, former Presidents Rawlings and Kufuor, the heads of our security services, our religious leaders, our traditional leaders, members of the diplomatic corps, the Vice Chancellor of the university, fellow candidates, fellow Ghanaians. I, like the vast majority of the Ghanaian people, believe in democracy as the best system of government under which this nation Under which this nation, under God, should be developed. I have fought and stood shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ghana in advancing the cause of democracy. I want to be president of a united country that is at peace with itself. The New Patriotic Party has spent a lot of time and energy to fashion out a program that we believe can lead to the rapid development of our beloved country, Ghana. We want to win a free and fair election to gain a true mandate from the people of Ghana to implement our programs. We will need the support and energies of all citizens to govern, if God willing we're given the mandate December 7th. I believe that the peace that we seek and pray for our country can only be guaranteed if every sector plays its part in delivering a free and fair election. The political parties, the Electoral Commission, the government, the security agencies, and the citizenry as a whole. I can speak for the NPP and state without any equivocation that we will not do anything to endanger the peace of the nation in any way during these elections. It is in our interest that the elections come off peacefully and the outcome is credible. We have reasonable confidence in the systems that have been set up by the Electoral Commission, and we urge the Commission's officials to be unbiased and professional in their work. I believe the reason the atmosphere still seems clouded with anxiety and there are increasingly loud calls for peace is because the government has not tried to build any confidence measures to assure the citizens that the security agencies have a free hand to do their work in an impartial manner. The rapid apprehension and prosecution of members of the ruling party will be responsible for the recent violence against members of the NPP in the Sutifi South, a constituency represented in Parliament by a cabinet minister, will be one such measure. Another will be an immediate, impartial investigation into the disturbing contents of the now infamous Yabwating Jan tape, which the national organizer of the NDC has accepted as genuine, together with the immediate publication of the results of the inquiry. People do not feel that the security forces are party colorblind in performing their duties. This fuels rumors and generates anxiety. The President has a responsibility to move beyond the rhetoric of calling for peace and demonstrate a commitment to ensuring the state institutions discharge their duties professionally and with integrity. We, on our part, have no hesitation in signing up to a commitment to peace. I pledge on behalf of the NPP and on my own behalf that we shall accept the verdict of the people as we did in 2008, and we pray that Ghana emerges as the shining example of a peaceful democratic nation. I thank Otumfuo the Asantehene and the National Peace Council for the important initiative of this platform. God bless us all, and God bless Ghana.
Hello? 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 We shall move. Hello? Hello? You know, let's move quickly onto the program. This is a national event, and I think if we can all comport ourselves, we'll get it done quickly. May I invite the fourth presidential candidate on the ballot, Dr. Pa Kwesi Indom of the PPP.
Mr. President, Otumfuo de Asantehene, Your Excellencies, our two former presidents, Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice of the Republic, National Peace Council, our traditional authorities, the Vice Chancellor of KNUST, my colleague, flag bearers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the heads of our security agencies, fellow Ghanaians. If we are here this afternoon, it is because we recognize that indeed there is a potential for violence, that we have experienced impunity and injustice in this country. We must also recognize that free and fair elections does not just happen on the day of voting. It is something that must happen throughout the years. And if we're here, we are recognizing that indeed the process has not been free, it has not been fair. It is important that we say to you that the Progressive People's Party, the PPP, that we sit on the foundation of peace. Indeed, we are the only political party in Ghana whose motto includes the word peace. Our motto is prosperity in peace. And so we understand, and we have educated our people, both young and old, to be respectful, to be dignified, to be disciplined. And nobody in this country can point to one PPP member that has disrupted the peace, that has engaged in violence. Nobody. So we want to also affirm to you that our party will continue on the course of peace and to ensure that the stability we enjoy in this country is protected. But then we must also say that indeed, because we are disciplined, because we are respectful, it doesn't mean that we are weak. It does not mean so at all. We want everybody to know that no political party has one vote in the election that is going to happen on December 7th. We all have 0 votes. We are all struggling for the votes of Ghanaians. And we want everybody to understand that our people have experienced some indignities, have experienced some aggression. And so I want to talk to the people of the PPP. I want to thank them, all of our people, for how dignified that they have been, even when they have been provoked, but how respectful they have been, even when they have been attacked, even when some of our people have been dismissed from their jobs and have not been paid because they are part of the PPP. I thank you for staying where you are. And all I want to do is to encourage you, is to stay firm, to be encouraged, to be brave and to be bold, and to make sure that you do what you need to do, but do it with respect, with dignity. After all, we say our single-minded purpose is to create jobs for Ghanaians. That will not happen. That will not happen if there is no peace in this country. And so when the PPP says, Ejumanyi, Sikanyi, Ahotonyi, Ghanaians should believe it. It is our assurance. It is our assurance that the Progressive People's Party is the best alternative for peace in this country. I want to thank the organizers of this event. I want to thank IDEG, the Peace Council, Otumfuo de Asantehene, and everybody, to let each and everybody know that indeed the Progressive People's Party is wide awake. Will be peaceful, will be disciplined, will remain dignified and respectful, and that on December 7th, 2012, that our true colors will show. I thank you very much for the attention, and thank you for being here.
We now move on to the fifth candidate, presidential candidate for UFP, Mr. Akwesi Ade.
The President of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, Otumfuo Osei-Tutu de Asantehene, former President Jerry John Rawlings, former President Mr. J. Kufuor, Peace Council, Chief Justice, fellow candidates, the Vice Chancellor, KNUST, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today in my capacity as flag bearer of United Front Party. We are going to elect one president to lead this country come December 7th. I beg your pardon. December 7th, I beg your pardon. Let me reiterate my commitment to the peace process of our democracy. I am a peaceful person, so do my supporters and followers. We are going to embark our campaigns with all the respect and dignity that it deserves. Let me assure you that as a leader and a peacemaker, I will ensure that all my followers also follow suit. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for us to forge in unity as Ghanaians in our quest to make Ghana a peaceful nation. I'm going to commit myself this afternoon to the peace treaty, not by words, but by deeds. I will always walk the talk. Whatever I say here, I will ensure that it will cascade down to my supporters. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to say I was placed number 5 as a defense, and we are going to defend the constitution of this nation at all times. We are going to ensure that we are going to safeguard our democratic dispensations at all times. We are not going to countenance with any kind of electoral malfeasances. We are also going to ensure that we conduct ourselves in such a manner that our elections will be peaceful, free, and fair. I have believed in the Electoral Commission. He is doing a marvelous job because he has engaged all the leaders in all the processes. So I believe we are going to have free, transparent election. Let me also take this opportunity to advise my fellow candidates that we should desist from any utterances that will trigger violence. This platform is meant to give peace messages. Let us all adhere to that and go about the process of our democracy with diligence. I believe when we all put our heads together, we are going to have a very credible elections. Once again, let me thank the organizers of this program and also the United Front Party members to conduct themselves in a manner that we will not countenance with any kind of political. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless you all.
Hello. We are moving on. Please, let's remain as silent as we did. May I call on the presidential candidate for PNC? Hello, Mr. Hassan Ayariga.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu, former President Jerry John Rawlings, former President J.A. Kufuor, Her Lordship Georgina Wood, the IGP, elders, political leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I must confess, and I must congratulate His Majesty Osei Tutu. You see, Thank you. I must congratulate His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu for not only organizing this event, but for sponsoring this event. His Majesty has spent so much time, so much resources to bring all presidential candidates, political leaders, everybody here. And I must say it's an historical event. Now, let's come to the word of peace. You all know Ayariga, the man of peace. The man who preaches peace day in, day out. We want. Hello. You know, from all the 8 political leaders here, we must show some sense of humor. We must make Ayarigate Ayarigate, I give you the meaning of the word Ayarigate. Ayarigate is somebody who can make a whole nation laugh, smile, and joy. Yes, we want to become presidents of the nation. Everybody, from all the candidates here, every one of us wants to be president. But I can tell you, it is not when you squeeze your face and look so strange, you don't smile, that makes you a president. We, as a youthful president, I believe in the politics of tolerance, unity, and Professor told that NDC. I want you to know we have been doing the same thing every day. If we cannot unite the people and show them love and tell them that we presidential candidates do not quarrel or fight one another, they will go back there and they'll be fighting with one another. But what I want you to know, look, we hide in strange rooms and drink coffee and drink wine. But when we come out, we are gorillas, and our supporters think we are also gorillas. I want you, all of you, to know that if we cannot unite all of you, then we cannot rule you. If we cannot unite you, that means that we cannot rule you. Why do you want to separate the people and rule? Who are you going to rule? When I become president, I am not going to be the president of PNC. I am going to be the president of the Republic of Ghana. And I am not going to serve PNC. I am going to serve Ghanaians. So I don't see reasons why the MPP has to engage the NDC has to engage the MPP. If these two political parties, President J.O. Kufuor says, has and Kotoko, and when they play match, it's trouble, let's throw them away. Put the PNC to play the match. Let's bring the PNC to play the match. 3 minutes now. My brothers and sisters, even on this platform, some people were still attacking as they delivered their peace messages. And I think that it is time for us as people of this country, as a nation, to preach peace and make sure that we have that peace that many leaders have sacrificed their life, their time, to be able to maintain this peace for us to inherit. So let's make sure also we transfer it to our brothers and sisters that are coming. We want peace. Thank you.
Hello. We are moving on to the seventh presidential candidate on the ballot. And this is CPP presidential candidate Dr. Abu Sakara, who is represented by his vice. Yes, madam. Thank you.
His Excellency, I'm sorry, my voice, I've lost the voice in the campaign. His Excellency, the President of Ghana, His Highness King Otumfuo, His Excellency former President J. Kufuor, former President Rawlings, Her Lordship, Chief Justice, the head of all the security agencies, the presidential candidates, and everybody here, and all Ghanaians listening to us today. For me, I stand here representing my presidential candidate, Dr. Abu Sakara, who, for reasons obviously beyond his control, he's out of the country. He was hoping to be back. He couldn't get a flight, and that's why I'm here. And all his apologies, but I know I'll do a good job. Anyway, I'm so happy to be here today, and once I was coming, I was wondering, there's been so much peace spoken, prayed for, and everywhere I have stood, I have said one thing and I repeat it. Ghanaians are one of the most peaceful people in the world. This we know. We are peaceful. The reason why we are doing this is not we, the people of this country. The reason why we've been praying and praying, children are praying, the Muslims, the Christians is simply because of the leaders who want power and authority from you. It's been very clear that today this function has demonstrated, and will demonstrate after we've done the signing, that we are all committed to peace in this country. Now, if that is the case, the only thing that I see left in everything that has been said here is our own sense of integrity and honesty, that everybody hearing us today, wherever you are, the leaders that are leading you are going to sign something here in public saying that they represent peace and that there will be fairness, there will be justice in the election. If somebody has given you a gun, if somebody has told you to steal a ballot box, if somebody has ordered you to do anything that you know is illegal, for goodness sake, don't do it. And in all humility and respect to our security agencies, since the president of the country today stood here, again being the presidential candidate as well, promised us and said that he vows and he will stand for peace. Please, for goodness sake, The only time we can see violence in Ghana, in Ghanaians, is when they feel cheated and when there's no justice. So I would plead your indulgence, I'll plead with you. Make sure that on the day of voting, be fair and make sure that whatever goes wrong, whether it is coming from party A, party B, you will hold the people responsible and accountable. Once you do that, there will be peace. I am here today looking at the youth of this country, and I'm so happy and excited. They've sat here the whole day because they want peace. And if we, the adults, will do what we say we are going to do, and if the security agencies will do what they know they must do, I know that Ghana will be peaceful because we are a peaceful country. Thank you.
So we are on to the independent candidate. I think we should welcome him. You know, he's exceptional. His party is all of us. So let's give him a loud round of applause for the independent candidate to speak. 3 minutes, please.
His Excellency, the President of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, His Royal Majesty, Nana Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, the former presidents, Her Lordship, the Chief Justice, the IGP, and the CDS, the Vice Chancellor of KNUST, which also happens to be my alma mater, Nananom, and our distinguished religious leaders, and all and sundry present. Today, the whole Ghana is picked over here because our collective coexistence is being threatened in our quest to carve out a democracy that must ensure our development. We ask ourselves, for how long can we continually be in this state of apprehension anytime that election is dawning on all of us? The greatest gift that President Obama gave us when he came to Ghana was that each nation nurtures its own democracy based on its tradition. If our lives are always challenged, it means that there's the need for us to have a second look of the democracy that we are practicing. Today, if we have invited all of us, and we have our traditional leaders and our religious leaders, and all stakeholders here to ensure that there will be collective peace, why is it that when we are running this nation, we relegate them at the background? It is an indication for all of us to reflect on the fact that until we include our religious leaders and our traditional leaders in our democracy, our lives will always be threatened. I have taken this stand because my mother is 80 years old, and my mother, Afua Notua, has a metal in her leg. If there is a violence in Ghana, I do not know how I will be able to carry her. I'm looking for peace because we have pregnant women and children in our nation. Why should I seek power at the expense of the blood of people? This is the time and the shadows of things to come as a nation, we are here this afternoon resolving of the fact that all of us are yearning for peace. Let us therefore walk the talk of peace, that peace will surely prevail on our nation. And once more, our nation will be on the world map as the oracle and oasis of peace on earth. God in his infinite wisdom continually to help us to move as a nation. And I was glad when the macho men for good and justice came out, the same macho men that were used in the past, to say that in election 2012, we are not going to embark on that. That is a plus for us. But are we tapping that energy for the collective use and ensure that we have peace as a nation? I, Jacob Osei-Yeboah, the only independent presidential candidate, says to you today, let us think about Ghana and let us think about peace, that this nation will move forward beyond the horizon of 2012 elections, and then we'll see our people and fight our common enemy, which is corruption and poverty being enforced on us. May God help us that we'll have peace. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone in this room who's been left in any doubt that all our candidates are committed to peace and peaceful elections? Do we have any doubt? Because we believe what they have said, and we are going to work hard to hold them accountable. We are going to move to the second segment of Section 4. We are going to move to Section 4 of the program, but we'll do that with music from Mesia Palace Choir. And before they let off the melodious tunes they are going to give us, I believe our candidates deserve a very loud round of applause. Thank you very much for the assurance. I'm tempted to go through what each one said, but I guess we'll come to the end of that. Let's move. Let's hear Mesia Palace Choir. As we listen to them, we're moving into the segment where the Honorable Lady Chief Justice Georgina T. Wood would invite them to sign the declaration they read through and accepted before we came here, and they will do that to the full glare of everyone and to the nation, because it's being covered live. But one tune first before we move on to that.
His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Asante Hene, Chancellor of KNUST, Your Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency former President Jerry John Rawlings, Your Excellency former President John Agyekum Kufuor, Chairman of the National Peace Council, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Inspector General of Police, President of the National House of Chiefs, Nananum Neme and Name, distinguished presidential candidates, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the high point of today's high-level meeting with the 2012 presidential candidates. The theme on which this meeting is premised, promoting peaceful elections and justice, is extremely opposite in our circumstances. It is central to securing for our people elections with integrity. That is, free, fair, peaceful, and transparent elections that will produce a satisfactory outcome to all of us. I am particularly encouraged that all the presidential candidates, as well as all the key state actors constitutionally mandated to ensure the prosecution of a successful election, have responded positively to the invitation of the organizers of this meeting. Now, at the heart of our democratic governance structure is the fundamental notion that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people. And that will is determined through an electoral framework of integrity anchored on the principle of universal adult suffrage, a principle that seeks to ensure that every citizen constitutionally qualified to vote is able to do so freely, without intimidation, manipulation, or threat of violence. Now, these basic conditions under which the citizens of Ghana are entitled to exercise their constitutional fundamental right to vote in a representative democracy resonates with me because, to a very large extent, it is akin to the environment or conditions under which judges are entitled to carry out the business of judging. We debase the essence of democratic politics as a noble engagement for the public good and undermine the integrity of our elections when, among other things, we deploy violence to seize ballot boxes, chase away political opponents from our strongholds, and prevent them from voting. Elections should not create anxiety, fear, and panic among the very people whose mandate we are seeking. It is not healthy for our democracy. It is not healthy for any of us, either the governors or the governed. To the contrary, it should be a matter of national pride and joy for us all, given that it presents us with an opportunity to enjoy one of the blessings of liberty. And for that reason, I am particularly happy to lead our distinguished presidential candidates to sign what is known as the Kumasi Declaration. Now, our candidates have read the document and are agreed to the contents. They sign not only for themselves, but for and on behalf of their party followers, and indeed the people of Ghana. Two principles, very important principles, and they are key to democratic governance. Good governance requires that I should read out the declaration to you fully, so you will also know what is contained therein. That way, you will be able to judge their future conduct and hold them accountable. Because it is a fairly lengthy document, I crave your indulgence and ask that you exercise patience as I carry out this function, which to me is a foretaste of what I shall be constitutionally required to do on the 7th of January, 2013. The only difference being that on that day, I will have power to swear in only one person and his vice president. Thank you very much. Kumasi Declaration, taking a stand against electoral violence, impunity, and injustice in Ghana. 1. We, the presidential candidates of Ghana's December 2012 elections, having participated in the first high-level meeting convened by the National Peace Council and the Meshia Palace, Kumasi, in order to engage us on reducing recurring violence, impunity, and injustice in democratic elections in the country. 2, conscious of the fact that the high-level meeting had taken place close to the presidential and parliamentary elections on December 7, 2012, and in a political and social context in which the public is justifiably concerned about a possible outbreak of some electoral violence during the elections. 3, recognizing that free, fair, and violence-free elections depend on political parties providing firm political leadership to the impartial enforcement of the existing electoral laws by state institutions and strengthening the organizational capacities of their political parties to promote their members' compliance with the codes of conduct that they have endorsed, including the deepening of civic education. 4, responding to the growing public demand for elections-related offenses and crimes to be effectively punished through professional investigations leading to fair, timely trials and justice, committed to the importance of manifest nationhood, motivating this historic high-level meeting, we, the candidates for the 2012 presidential elections, conscious of our membership of the community of national leaders and our collective responsibility to uphold the unity, prosperity, security, and stability of Ghana as a thriving, democratic, and peace-loving nation, declare as follows: that it is time to take a definitive stand against electoral violence, impunity, and injustice in our beloved nation, Ghana, because these acts are detrimental to the peace, welfare, and sustained development of the people of Ghana. That electoral violence, impunity, and injustice are not challenges whose persistence cannot be effectively stopped through our collective leadership efforts. Therefore, we are committed to leading a national process of reducing their recurrence in the short term, aiming to systematically eradicate them in the medium to long term. That ahead of the forthcoming elections on December 7th, 2012, we shall forcefully and publicly speak out against all acts of electoral violence, impunity, and injustice, whether perpetrated by the members of our political parties or our political rivals, and will seek to collaborate with the police service and allied law enforcement agencies to professionally discharge their duties without fear or favor. That we shall conduct our political campaigns in such a manner that the ability of the police or other security agencies to perform their roles and duties in enforcing the law and maintaining the law and order will not be hindered whatsoever, whether at the polling station, constituency, community, district, regional, or national levels. That we shall intensify and expand the scope of our civic and elections education activities such that the awareness and understanding of our members of the relevant electoral laws and the normative codes of conduct will improve. We shall also see to the strengthening of the policy and institutional capacities of our political parties, so that internal compliance with the electoral laws and normative codes of conduct ratified by our political parties will be stronger and become widespread. That we pledge to hold ourselves mutually accountable as peers, especially in promoting effective political leadership of the campaign against electoral violence, impunity, and injustice. That we commend highly the National Peace Council and the Machia Palace for taking this bold initiative to convene this historic high-level meeting, and similarly commend all the institutions and actors whose hard work and participation demonstrated a strong national desire for the successful consolidation of democratic electoral politics as a norm in sustaining Ghana as a beacon of hope, prosperity, and social cohesion. This ends the declaration. Thank you very much. now have the honor to invite our presidential candidates to sign the declaration I have just read out. Presidential candidate NDC, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Presidential candidate of the GCPP, Dr. Henry Lartey. Shall we now invite the presidential candidate for the NPP, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo? Shall we now invite Dr. Papa Kwesi Indum, who is the presidential candidate for the PPP.
Oh
It's now the turn of the presidential candidate for the UFP, Mr. Apasi Adai. It's now the turn of Mr. Hassan Ayariga, presidential candidate. Invite the representative of Dr. Abu Sakara, the CPP presidential candidate, to sign on his behalf. Jacob Osei-Yeboah, the independent candidate, to sign the declaration. Finally, we'll invite the witnesses made up of the chairman of the Peace Council, His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Asante Hene, and my good self to sign the declaration as witnesses, after which I have the honor to present the manual on election adjudication in Ghana, 2 copies each, to our presidential candidates. Just a brief background to this document. In 2008, the Judiciary of Ghana, or the Judicial Service of Ghana, published a manual to assist political parties, stakeholders, and the general public to know how the law works in election adjudication. This year, we have updated it. It contains all the constitutional provisions, the rules and the procedures for election adjudication. In other words, if you want judicial justice, and we're talking about judicial justice, then this is the book you must try and get hold of. User-friendly, is simple, readable English, and we wish every Ghanaian would have one, because it tells you also about the cases that the judiciary of Ghana has heard and determined over the past 4 years. So in here is what we normally describe as case law or decisional law. In other words, apart from the laws of Ghana, judges in interpreting the various statutes and constitutional provisions and so on make law. And so this is the book that everybody must try and grab, especially if you are into politics, so that you know how to do the right thing to get the judicial outcome that you desire. Thank you very much. I will be the first to sign, followed by the Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante, Chairman of the National Peace Council, then now Professor John S. Nabila, President of the National House of Chiefs, and finally, His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Asante Hene, Menchia Palace. Thank you very much.
Nana Akufo-Addo. Dr. Papa Kwesi Nduom. Mr. Akwesi Ade. Mr. Hassan Ayariga. Yes, for Dr. Abu Sakara. And finally, Mr. Jacob Osei-Abua. Thank you very much. Hello. We'd like to move on to the program. We now want to move quickly to the final segment of the program. Please, let's welcome.
Wait, so you need to speak.
Yes.
Okay.
So please, let's welcome the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Paul Tariakwe.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, Asante Hene, former His Excellency, former President Jerry John Rawlings, His Excellency, former President John Agyekum Kufuor, Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice Georgina T. Wood, President of the National House of Chiefs, Honorable Chairman of the National Peace Council, distinguished presidential candidates, my colleague, the Chief of Defense Staff, members of the National Peace Council, the Vice Chancellor of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my sincerest thanks and that of the police administration, and on behalf of the other security agencies, for the honor and privilege given to us to address this gathering on electoral violence, impunity, and injustice, and the contribution of the police service and other security agencies towards avoiding such situations in the country. Honorable Chairman, I like to say that this matter will be better addressed if I examine it from the perspective of the state of preparedness of the security services, of which the police service is the lead agency. However, within the constraint of time and confidentiality of our security strategies, I shall be very brief in this presentation. As you are aware, over the years, Ghana has held several relatively successful and peaceful elections, and the critical role played by the Ghana Police Service and other security agencies cannot be overemphasized. This has been as a result of the constant review of our performance and analysis of the real and potential threats associated with each of these previous elections. These assessments then form the basis for re-strategizing for subsequent elections. Indeed, there have been isolated pockets of electoral violence and impunity across the country in previous elections. Our intelligence-driven analysis for the current election has given us a very good idea as to the possible sources and causes of these isolated incidents. Honorable Chairman, our core mandate during this critical period is to provide the necessary safe and secure environment for the smooth conduct of the elections throughout the country. In order to achieve this, we have been undertaking a number of security interventions at the three phases of the election process, that is before, during, and after. It is instructive to mention that the interventions that we have put in place for all political activities for the first phase of the elections have led to these peaceful electioneering campaigns across the country so far, and that is a fact. This attests to the relative effectiveness and efficiency of our strategies. And it is our expectation that with continuous implementation of these interventions, the remaining campaigning period will be significantly incident-free. Our strategies for the election day itself, which have been properly worked out, should include providing maximum adequate, fair, and firm security at all necessary locations and to all persons, groups, and institutions involved in the electoral process. The National Election Security Task Force, of which I am the chairman, shall deploy some 41,000 personnel from all the security agencies to police the elections across the country. This we have made known to the public. The military is also deploying about 5,000 troops to complement the efforts of the police service in this regard. The post-election period has also been adequately catered for in our security plans, and this part of the plan will be activated immediately after the voting and shall extend to April 2013. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in spite of the inherent challenges associated with these tasks, the police service, with the support of the security agencies, are ready to deliver on their mandate fairly, firmly, and impartially. As a matter of fact, personnel have strongly been advised to continue to demonstrate complete neutrality and, as much as possible, avoid any act of intimidation and wanton use of force under the pretext of enforcing the law. We are determined to deal ruthlessly with any personnel found wanting in this regard. There are early warning systems and quick response teams at all the regional, divisional, and district police headquarters to deal with any emerging events. We therefore urge all Ghanaians to go about their socio-economic activities freely and without fear. Your Excellency, distinguished presidential candidates, ladies and gentlemen, maintenance of public peace and security, and then the prevention of electoral violence is a shared responsibility. The security agencies are doing their part to ensure incident-free elections. It behoves on all other stakeholders, especially the political parties, to complement this by doing their part for us to achieve a peaceful and credible elections. We must avoid acts that have the potential and tendency of destabilizing our beloved country. Let us jealously guard and protect our young democracy with all our might and with all our strength. To conclude, Honorable Chairman, I wish to re-emphasize the assurance of the security services to all and sundry that we shall do whatever it takes lawfully and democratically to ensure peace before, during, and after the elections. We therefore seek the support and cooperation of all stakeholders, once again, especially the political parties in this regard. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I would like to thank the organizers of this forum and all those who have contributed to make this function a success. I thank you all, and may God bless you.
I believe the IGP deserves a louder round of applause than this. Okay. We are moving on to the last major speech or statement in the last segment of the program. So His Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II would address us very shortly, but before he does, may I simply explain to you that the Electoral Commission Chair confirmed he was coming and he was really keen on coming, but we couldn't get him on time. And they are all gathered training for next week. So it became very difficult when we finally got him, for him to travel. He couldn't go back to pick his flight. And that made it very difficult for us to make all the arrangements because they were all in meetings. So he sent his apologies, and we would also hear from him on another platform. Thank you very much. As we wait for the horn blowers to come, I think we could do well to give a loud round of applause to the Cultural Center Choir, which entertained us to very beautiful music. The Menchia Choir did the same. Please, a loud round of applause to them. And we haven't finished with the KNUST Basic School Band because they'll do the national anthem. But they deserve our applause. These are children who are doing... Okay. Shall we now welcome His Majesty Otumfuo II? And His Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II. Asante Ine.
Kobiane Kasange.
Otabaine Kase, Kobiane Kasange.
Me ma propria Yifia Mane Kotokunge.
Me ma propria Yifia Mane Kotokunge.
Asante Chantroko Champonukunge.
Asante Chantroko Champonukunge.
Asante Sesebos Mandite.
Asante Sesebos Mandite.
Rabia Santinade Kasange.
Rabia Santinade Kasange.
Asante Chumi Modina Visio.
Seti Chumi Modina Visio.
Why the Bella Sadiso Supaninia Kabakma Sikapo Banoa.
Why the Bella Sadiso Supaninia Kabakma Sikapo Banoa.
Oh, Bina Sadia Kobe.
Oh, Bina Sadia Kobe.
Mana Teddy Peba de Mefe Kasange.
Mana Teddy Peba de Mefe Kasange.
Rewan and Topi Majen.
Rewan and Topi Majen.
Otafroda Dutmo Champon.
Otafroda Dutmo Champon.
Oso ni glorious Medite.
Oso ni glorious Medite.
Ejapa Jarina Jasa Dunge.
Ejapa Jarina Jasa Dunge.
Akusibio Kumblotmo Champon.
Akusibio Kumblotmo Champon.
Ejapa Officer from Bro, Damni Farisi.
Ejapa Officer from Bro, Damni Farisi.
Say to tell me more than Yarisio.
Say to tell me more than Yarisio.
Why the Benya second in Trewachi Dampani Sawam Sikapo Bano.
Why the Benya second in Trewachi Dampani Sawam Sikapo Bano.
Oh, Binya said Yakobe.
Oh, Binya said Yakobe.
Rabba Bakana ne from Bro, Damni Farisi.
Rabba Bakana ne from Bro, Damni Farisi.
Oh, Sadi for Manya Friend.
Oh, Sadi for Manya Friend.
Oh, Kasanade Kasange.
Oh, Kasanade Kasange.
Oh, Kubeda Papa de Mefa, Bunyakwa, Sarakuna Temera.
Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, and here also the presidential candidate for the National Democratic Congress, Excellencies, former Presidents, Mr. Jerry John Rawlings and Mr. J. Kufuor, my Lord Chief Justice, the President of the National House of Chiefs, the Chairman of the Peace Council, our distinguished presidential candidates, Nananum, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the name of our dear country, Ghana, I commend you, noble sons and daughters, for this historic act today. Okay. Saw someone worried. Okay. Yes. In this hall have gathered the symbols of the various branches of governance: the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, as well as the two crucial institutions on whose shoulders rests the challenge of delivering a fair and free election. I'm sorry one is not here. And preserving law and order. Our past, our present, and our future have converged today in the presence of our distinguished former heads of state, our sitting head of state, and all those aspiring to lead us into the future. And from this convergence has come one clear message: peace through free and fair elections. Sure. Your Excellencies, my Lord, this is a historic act born out of the lessons of our past and the environment in which we live today. We should never forget how we arrived where we are today. Yo. The fact that we have never descended into the horrors of civil war does not mean we have no pain and no anguish in our past. Indeed, it will be fair to suggest that we have been exposed to and tried practically every form of government in our 50-year plus as a sovereign nation. We have tried the one-party state. We have exposed to all shades of military rule. It is from this complex, painful mix that we have drawn the experience that informed us to commit ourselves to multi-party democracy in 1992. Sure. Democracy may have its own strains and stresses, but it was our irrevocable choice, and each one of us has a binding duty to make it work, not only today, but for all time. Sure. Fundamental to the sustenance of democracy is the electoral process by which the people exercise their inalienable right to choose how they wish to be governed. Take away this right, or by any means frustrate the people in the free and unfettered exercise of this right, and the value of democracy drops to zero. Sure. It is true that over 20 years we have had cause to be thankful for an electoral process that has met the test of international best practices and given Ghana the highest regard among democratic states in Africa. Sure. But that is no reason for complacency or for us to assume we are immune from any looming dangers. That is why what we have done today is of historic importance, not only for the pending elections a few days hence, but indeed for the protection and the consolidation of the fundamental good practices that must continue to underpin our electoral process. Sure. In a letter to the Daily Graphic by our own Busumru Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, in relation to the forthcoming elections titled "The Best is Yet to Come," he wrote, among other things, about a report of eminent persons organized by the International Institute of Democracy and Electoral Assistance and the Kofi Annan Foundation that looked into how elections can better serve and strengthen the cause of democracy. Yeah. Sure. Its key finding was that elections provide a peaceful mechanism for the expression of political differences and the resolution of conflicts only if they are conducted with integrity. Sure. Elections with integrity mean that electoral contests, both in their preparation and their conduct, must be free and fair and not disfigured by politically motivated violence. Sure. They must take place on a level playing field with parties and candidates able to campaign to put their case across and the electorate free to cast their votes without fear or intimidation. Sure. He further wrote that flawed elections, on the other hand, can create tensions and trigger unrest and violence, setting back development by decades. They give democracy a bad name, depriving a country of a tried and tested mechanism for expressing disagreements and changing course peacefully. Sure. Concluding his letter, he stated that elections conducted with integrity can help us make full use of our country's abundant possibilities. Let's make 2012 elections further prove that Ghana is a true African success story where best days are yet to come. Sure. Unfortunately, our distinguished electoral commissioner is not with us today. Sure. But he has assured us the faithfulness of his commission to conduct the upcoming elections in a free and transparent manner. Sure. There's no reason to doubt his faithfulness and the commitment of the commission. the assurances from the Inspector General of Police about the preparedness of the police and other security agencies to ensure peace and security during the elections is also refreshing.
Sure.
We have also heard, most importantly, the pledge of all our presidential candidates here again, and here again, we have no reason to doubt anyone. Indeed, we commend and applaud them all.
Sure.
But our task is not over until it is over. For it takes more than the faithfulness of the Electoral Commissioner and his top hierarchy to ensure the integrity of the electoral process. There is a myriad of officials whose conduct can impugn the integrity of the process and undermine the best efforts of the Commission. Similarly, we are aware that there are activists and supporters of various political parties who see their entire future as bound up in the victory of their candidate at the poll and who may consequently stop at nothing to facilitate their victory by all means, fair or foul.
Sure.
To these misguided supporters, what we do here may be an exercise in futility.
Sure.
So I address myself to the multitude beyond this great hall, to those thousands who have the opportunity to serve the great institution of the Electoral Commission, and to the millions of party members and supporters whose votes and actions can make or mar the electoral process, as well as the law enforcement agencies and the judiciary who have to enforce the law.
Sure.
From today, let us make the Kumasi Declaration one of the pillars of our nascent democracy, committing us to the avoidance of any form of electoral violence, impunity, and injustice.
Sure.
Anyone who has the privilege to serve with the Electoral Commission and who seeks to use his or her position to undermine the process in favor of any particular party or candidate violates the honor of our nation.
Sure.
Any member of the security agencies who allows himself or herself to be used to undermine the electoral process also undermines the integrity of this nation, Ghana.
Sure.
Similarly, anyone, whether an official, an activist, a supporter of any political party or candidate who seeks or attempts to subvert the electoral process or to inject any form of violence into the process equally violates the honor of our nation and becomes the enemy of our democracy.
Sure.
Let us all solemnly declare Ghana as a country of peace through the period of the elections and after. I ask all who are called upon to engage in the electoral process to conduct their affairs in consonance with the Kumasi Declaration and to eschew anything likely to jeopardize the peaceful conduct of the elections.
Sure.
I would ask the authorities to consider restraining the phenomenon of reckless motorcyclists during the elections to provide a more peaceful climate for voting.
Sure.
It is our determination that Ghana shall enjoy peaceful, free, and transparent elections on December 7th.
Sure.
And it remains our hope also that the whole country would respond appropriately, and at the end of it all, we shall reinforce the status of Ghana as a haven of peace and stability and a beacon of democracy in Africa.
Sure.
Thank you, and may the journey we have embarked upon today lead us, by the grace of God, to the goal of ensuring that this nation shall forever exercise the right to choose their government through free and fair elections in accordance with our Constitution and as buttressed by the Kumasi Declaration. Thank you very much.
momentum. If you just did another round of loud and louder applause. That's a powerful statement. Thank you. Thank you. Before the closing prayer, may I call upon the Chairman, National Peace Council, to give the vote of thanks.
Your Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, Your Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu, Your Excellencies, former Presidents Jerry John Rawlings and John Agyekum Kufuor, Your Honorable Ladiness, Chief Justice Mrs. Georgina Theodora Wood, distinguished presidential aspirants. I am here to say a big thank you to all of you, especially to Otumfuo for collaborating with the Peace Council to bring into being this great event which goes down in history as one of the greatest events in our political process. We are truly grateful to Otumfuo for the cooperation and for all that you have done to make this day a success. May I also seize the opportunity to express sincere thanks to His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama, who consented to be with us, and I know how frustrated we have frustrated your program today. But because you love this country and you love the peace of the nation, you have stayed with us. Thank you for that. Let me express sincere thanks to our former presidents, our statesmen. How nice it is to see the two of them together, admonishing us to ensure peace in our elections. I know how busy they are. When we contacted them, we thought it wouldn't be possible for them to be with us. But because it had to do with Ghana and it had to do with the peace of Ghana, they have come and they have given us all the support that is needed. Says, we thank you kindly for all that you have done. Thank you very much. I know it has not been easy for our presidential aspirants, because as I said from the beginning, you are wrapping up, crisscrossing here and there, because we read today that you are here, tomorrow you are there. And I've been saying to myself, are these people traveling with helicopters? Do they have their own private jets? And yet, you've taken time off your busy schedules to be here with us to make this occasion very successful. And we say a big thank you to you for taking time in the interest of Mother Ghana to be here. Let me express sincere thanks to members of the National Peace Council. It has not been easy for us because we have had all sorts of meetings here and there, and yet we have dragged you here today too, because you have dragged us here. And we are grateful to you. We pray that the good Lord will crown your efforts with all the success that is needed. And I say that to myself as well. Let me also express sincere thanks to all of us. You came very early in the morning. You have waited. You have listened. It tells you that Ghanaians are peace-loving people, people who want peace and nothing else. It is my humble prayer that we will seek peace and not the blood of our people. We will seek power, not the limbs of our people. We will seek peace and the development of our nation. We will seek power to serve and not power to be served. On this note, I just want to say a big thank you to all of you, to the IGP, to the Chief of Defense Staff, to the singing groups. I'm not used to moving a vote of thanks, but I say to all, every one of you, if I can say I do not leave anybody out, the press, the security people, our drivers who brought us here, the people who prepared the grounds for us to be here, the Vice Chancellor and the Registrar, for the wonderful things you have done. Today we have disrupted everything. We invaded your office, Vice Chancellor took over the office and did whatever we like with your office, and you allowed us to do that in the interest of Mother Ghana. May God bless us all. As we go out and prepare for the 7th December elections, let us bear in mind that Mother Ghana comes first. The peace of Ghana is what we are all looking for. We thank God, and may God bless all of us. Amen. I will now call on Morvi Wahab, a member of the Peace Council, to come and give us the closing prayers. Thank you.
You are peace and the source of security. It is from thee alone that true grace, mercy, peace and security emanate. Blessed be thy name, O Lord of glory and majesty. We thank thee for thy gift of life. And we thank thee for thy gift of Ghana and the abundance of natural resources and peace that thou hast endowed us with. We thank thee for thy grace in bringing us together here today for this historic and great event. Thou hast declared in thy holy book that inna Allah la yughayyiru ma biqawmin hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. That is, verily, Allah does not change the condition of a people unless they change their attitude towards life. We beseech thee, O Lord, to change the attitude of your people. Change our attitude such that we consider our political adversaries as brothers and sisters, not as enemies. That we consider and treat every citizen of this country as worthy of respect, not insult. This irrespective of our ethnic, political, and religious differences. Touch us, O Allah. Touch the hearts of our leaders, that we abide by the solemn pledge that we have made this day to our nation and our people, to keep the peace and keep the peace always. Grant us only a few days from today free, fair, transparent, and peaceful elections. Enable us to use the power that thou confer upon us to serve our people and not to lord it over them. Help us, O Allah, to fulfill our cherished dream of working together as one people to build a united, peaceful, just, prosperous, and great nation, which will serve as a shining example for the peoples of Africa and the world. Bless the organizers of this event. Bless our political leaders. Bless our traditional rulers. And bless all your people in this country. We ask all this out of thy grace. Pray, accept our humble supplications from us, for thou art the all-hearing and the all-knowing God. Amen.
Hello, please take your seats, take your seats. We would, hello. We are going back the way we came. So if you kindly take your seats. There is a photo, there'll be photographs with the presidential candidates. Photograph with the presidential candidates.
Okay, we welcome you back to the studio away from Kumasi, where we saw what has been happening, something that should bind the presidential candidate to a much more, let's say, a much more binding commitment towards ensuring peace in this election. Indeed, that was a program that was organized by the IDEC in collaboration with Otumfuo Osei Tutu, as well as the National Peace Council. Now, let me quickly take you through what the players over there in Kumasi have been saying. Now, earlier on, we saw Most Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante, who was talking about the fact that the public confidence in politicians to commit to ensuring peaceful elections are low. And so he is calling for a greater movement towards justice. We also saw the National House of Chiefs President, now Professor Nabila, who was urging traditional leaders to use that influence that they have on their subject to ensure that there is peace in this election. Of course, we saw former President Jerry John Rawlings come to do his thing, indeed delivering those two different speeches. And in that, he says that electoral victory is valueless if it is achieved through violence. And that is indeed a food for thought. He makes allusions to the two political parties. And for him, he says that the two political parties, of course, we know he's talking about the NDC and the NPP, saying that they are at par. They are at par in values, whether in his words, whether degraded or not. He believes that they are at par. And he thinks that there's an imminent clash. And what we need to do as a people is to be able to handle that clash so that the country does not suffer in the long run. President Kufuor, on the other hand, calls for stakeholder alert, a stakeholder alert that he believes will cause some kind of purity in the elections, in his own words. He says that when the elections are organized in that purity, then all candidates will be able to accept the verdict of the people of Ghana. And then we saw the presidential candidate pledging to peaceful election. We saw President Mahama he pledged, he has a dual role, as a president and also as a candidate. So he says that he's committed to doing that. He says the price of peace is eternal vigilance, and he will ensure that his followers do that. Now, we saw the GCPP with their chant for peace. We also saw the PPP inquest. The NPP flag bearer, he says that he has trained his people, educated them to commit to peaceful elections by respecting one another and also treating people with dignity. We saw the UFP, Mr. Kwesi Adai, we call him, most people call him Odike, and he was talking about walking the talk. He says that he and his party will not be involved in any kind of counteract actions. Now, PNC, we saw Mr. Hassan Ayariga doing his own thing. Indeed, he is calling for a sense of humor on the part of the presidential candidates, what he has termed Ayarigate. And he says that when we do that, in fact, the political leaders, they meet behind closed doors and they are friends. And so supporters must also be encouraged to do so. We saw the CPP who was represented by their vice presidential candidates, and he was calling for a sense of integrity and honesty on the part of each and every Ghanaians. For her, she believes that the only time that Ghanaians will be violent is when they feel cheated and when there is injustice. We saw the independent candidate, Mr. Jacob Osei-Yeboah, who says that power should not be sought at the expense of the people's lives, and that peace will prevail if we think about Ghana. So he ended with that. We then saw the Chief Justice, who came and led the presidential candidates into signing the pact that they have designed, something that we expect should bind the people. And she also launched the Manual of Election Adjudication, that book we saw there. The IGP, of course, committed to peace, ensuring that his men worked towards ensuring the peaceful elections. And then finally we saw Otumfuo ending with a statement that we need to reinforce the status of Ghana as a beacon of peace. Before we round up, let's take a vox pop. Let's listen to what people on the ground, Ghanaians, indeed, that they are what they, everything that we're doing is about them. So let's see what they have been saying about this program.
The politicians must go beyond just signing MOUs. Their speeches, their body posture must show that really they want this country to stay united. They want this country to be the perfect place all of us can enjoy and go about it our daily lives. So it's a good thing. It goes a long way to show that fine, they are committed to something. But their commitment should go beyond just signing an MOU.
People are going to vote on sentiments, and therefore, no matter the memorandum of understanding, it's not going to influence people to vote because they have already made up their mind who to vote for. And until the majority of Ghanaians are literate and we understand issues and actually understand what politics is all about, we are not going to get things to work. For them to understand what this political or democracy or multi-party elections is all about. It's not about fight. It is about expressing our opinion about how far the current government has taken us through and whether or not we are pleased with their achievement and whatever they've taken us through. If we are pleased with it, we vote them that way. If we are not pleased with it, we express our sentiments through the voting, and it is not fighting, it is not quarrel. And that is it.
I believe that if you've been in politics, you can realize that those on the grassroots listen, take a cue from the leaders, and then it's the leaders who they listen to, they look up to them. So I believe if this MOU is in the right direction, and since we all want peace, I believe the leaders should be able to somehow be able to control their supporters to ensure that we have a Wahala-free election.
as we go into the elections, my plea is that let us listen to the issues, avoid violence, and particularly avoid violence against the women contesting and women being involved in the election.
It has some symbolic representation that, seeing our leaders commit to this process, definitely then we have to be committed to it. It will send that signal to the rank and file. But just mere signing MOU to control your party supporters, without actually putting in intervention steps in place to pick out early warning signals and to also monitor the very conflict-prone areas of your party support base, the memorandum of understanding will be useless. If, for instance, a political party is alleged to members of a political party are alleged to be involved in certain untoward actions, and leadership is asked, and they say that they don't have control over their party members and they cannot monitor them around the length and breadth of the country, that will make the signing of memorandum of understanding meaningless. Because it must be fleshed with meat. You must make sure that you have signed a memorandum of understanding, but you're going to make sure that you reduce it into actionable things, that this is what we're going to do. We're going to set up early warning signals. They will pick and let party machinery. There must be an architecture to support that commitment to control, to have control over your party supporters. Without that in place, is it too late to put that in place? I don't think so, because already party machinery are on the ground. It's just having dedicated people and making the communication channels open, so that when something happens in this constituency, immediately headquarters picks it, and headquarters picks it and can issue instant directive that no, this is what must be done. But just to sign, I am happy that because it has some symbolic meaning, and for that alone it is worth it. But we also must be wary of the immediate aftermath of the election, because the post-election violence is also very, very, very real, and that we must deal with the issue.
So there you heard it for yourself, what the people of Ghana had to say about this whole thing. Before we leave you, though, let me just give you what you have been sending to us via our social media platforms as well as our text message platforms. They say, Mohammed Abdul Fattah says, I pray and hope that the presidential candidates and their supporters will abide by the agreement in order for Mother Ghana to continue enjoying the current prevailing peace, inshallah. And so it's Nipa Nia JB said, I really don't see how this can help, because those who cause the trouble outnumber the number of seats in the Great Hall. But it's a step in the right direction if we can get them to commit. Joseph JB says, we can only hope they will abide by the agreement. The fact that they are willing to sign is a step in the right direction. The political leaders can hold their boys in check, but it's a choice they need to make. Either they look out for their own interest, that is winning by fair or foul means, or look for the interest of Ghana. After all is said and done, indeed, we're all looking for the interest of Ghana. From the team here in Accra and also in Kumasi, we say thank you very much for keeping an eye on your Joy News channel on Multi TV. Please stay for our top story as it comes and our subsequent programs. Have a good day. Well, today we are starting a new program that is the Reporter's Take. You don't really want to miss this. Thank you very much.